Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer Edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud. We're going to be bringing you guys another jam-packed weekend of PUBG PC action because now that we've already finished with the group stage, you know what day it is today?
Oh man, it is a Saturday.
It is a Saturday. It is a Saturday. It's also the first day of the last chance for 16 teams to make it into the grand finals here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Are you excited, my man?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm scary at the same time. I'm scared at the same time. I mean, this is the first time in this series that we'll see eliminations. But of course not today. It's going to be tomorrow. But who knows how far the gap will be today.
Yeah, so as you guys know, after the end of day number 3 of the group stage, 8 teams have already secured their slot to the grand finals, and that means that there's still 8 more slots remaining, which means that the remaining 16 teams that did not quite qualify to the grand finals yet will still have yet another chance this weekend to fight it out for the remaining 8 slots. So as you said, only tomorrow we will see the eliminations happen, but I think today, you know, it's going to be a full reset for everyone involved. You know, the points are going to be back down to 0. I think it's going to be a brand new page here for all these PUBG teams.
Yes, it will be. So even for like teams who didn't do well, like maybe they end up like at the far end of the overall charts for the past few days, it's their opportunity to reset themselves. And who knows, they might show up this time around. Maybe this is where they've been waiting for. They'll be like, okay, we don't want to go up against the top 8 big guns. We want to go through the rest and hopefully make it to the grand finals.
I know, so on the May 20th, which is when the first day of the last chance qualifier has begun, and after that, the next week itself is going to be grand finals stage. So essentially, these whatever remaining 16 teams that didn't quite get to the grand finals had to fight out 2 extra days now in order to get to that point. And I think like, especially when you look at the performances from yesterday as well, I think some of these teams know that they have a lot of room for improvement under this new rule set and format.
Yeah, speaking about improvement, they can improve as well by revisiting or reviewing back whatever happened over the past 3 days and learn from those teams, especially those teams who joined them in the last chance qualifier stage, and hopefully be able to come up with something big. Because it's only 2 days. 2 days equals to only 10 games. 10 games can run really, really fast, and they won't have any break time. It's going to be today, tomorrow, and we'll know who is going to join the top 8 into the grand finals that will be happening next Wednesday. And next Wednesday, of course, it's going to be 5 days back to back. So all you guys, again, mark your calendars. It's the same time. It's going to be on the same channel, so you don't want to miss out on whatever that's going to happen on next week. But we're going to revisit again the format for you guys.
Yeah, we alluded to this a little bit here. So remember, during the group stage, you know, we had 24 teams at the start of this. We proceeded to split them up into groups A, B, and C of 8 teams each. And they fought it out over those 3 days of the group stage. And by the end of it, we tabulated the overall results of everyone involved. And only the top 8 in terms of points were the ones who made it to the grand finals first. So now we are at the last chance qualifier stage. So only 2 days of matches here. 16 teams are still going to be fighting it out. It's just a remainder of those who didn't qualify the grand finals, and out of those bottom 16, the top 8 will make it to the grand finals. So in a sense, you can kind of think of this format this way. There's an upper bracket of teams that have qualified directly to the grand finals, and now there's a lower bracket of teams who still have to fight out to earn their place in the main event.
Yeah, so it's all about being in the main event. You want to end up there because that's where all the big cash prizes are at. And of course, our first place prize is going to take home the biggest prize of all. It's going to be $20,000 US. We're going to revisit that a little bit later, but this is going to be the challenge for all these teams here who are currently in the LCQ, because it's going to be elimination day tomorrow, so games will run out fast. But let's revisit again in case you just joined us for this season. This season we have the super rule, in fact, and looking over the graphics, the placement points, this time around, winner chicken dinner will only receive 10 points. It winds down to a 1 point when if they're placed 7th or 8th, but if they place outside of it from 9 to 16, they will not get any placement points at all. And so far from what we have seen through the group stages is that the kill points are super important.
Indeed, like I think the vast majority of teams that actually qualified the grand finals had a significant amount of kill points involved in their part, and like actually taken up a lot of those kill points compared to everyone else. So when it comes to this super rule here, it's the brand new format that Krafton has announced here that bridges the gap between the esport mode as well as the ranked mode and this competition here.
Yep, and as we go along, we'll see more changes, more implementations into the esports. So I'm pretty sure about that. But of course, this is going to be it for now. So we're going to stick through this for maybe throughout this year even. So this allows players, since we have a standardization across the globe, now for these players, it will allow them to adapt as they prepare themselves for the next stage of this entire year-long series. But here it is, the prize pool that we talked about. The first place will receive $20,000 US. Second place will receive $15,000 US. Third place, $8,000 US. It winds down all the way to a 17 to 24 place that will only receive $1,000 US. But hey, everyone wants to get the prestigious $20,000 US.
I mean, again, it's like $100,000 prize pool for this entire tournament here. So the lion's share of it will obviously be the one that all of these teams are aiming for. But it's good to see that even teams that may not be able to even make it, are still rewarded for their efforts as like a token of appreciation for their support of this event here. So at least they wouldn't be going home empty-handed. Not just in terms of prize money they will still earn, but I think it's also the experience here of competing under these new rules, especially being able to interact with a lot of other teams from other regions which they otherwise would have never encountered except in major international tournaments. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for all these teams here.
Yep, and speaking about the teams, here will be the teams competing in the last chance qualifier stage. We have Area 310, we have Attack All Around, Deadly Strike, Enter Force 36, EXO Clan, Global Esports, Xsset, New Generation Esports, New House Esports, Team Number 1, One Call, Purple Moon Esports, PMA, Redsea Esports, SunSister, Theeerathon FIVE, as well as Unicorn Venom, who will be eyeing that top 8. But in case anyone falls out of the top 8, they will be eliminated and they will only be able to take home a prize money of $1,000 US.
Indeed, they will. And out of these here, I mean, we got to talk about the teams that are on top when it comes to points here. New Generation Esports has so far been the best of the rest, being in 9th place overall by the end of the group stage here. One call as well. The international squad actually had a good bit of a comeback towards the end of the group stage there that allowed them to climb all the way up to 10th, and then you got positive mental attitude as well, showing that Taiwan is still able, still has a good chance here getting to the grand finals. These are going to be the match we're playing today. If you've been very familiar with this, if you've been following us since the group stage here, because it's literally the same rotation of maps.
We're going to start off with two Miramas, and we have a Tego in the middle, which is currently my favorite map, and two Erangels to end the day. So it's going to be the same sequence, because it's put in a sequence whereby we're going to play two Miramas back-to-back and two Erangels back-to-back. Teams will have the opportunity to kind of rediscover themselves in the same map when it comes to the match 2 of the respective maps. However, it's only going to be two maps back-to-back, and then they'll need to reset themselves, especially in the middle. We have a Tego map that is still a little bit of a Pandora's box for all our teams, because you never know what's going to happen.
I think like the teams, over the last 3 days competition at least had 2 runnings on Tego under the full set of rules. So I think they probably will have a bit of an idea from this point now about how to approach that map. But I think with the back-to-back format here for the maps, it allows them that space basically to improve themselves, iteratively as they play through. Let's talk about some of the teams here. This is actually one of the teams that's already qualified to the grand finals here, which is Erangel Predator. They finished in rank number 8 here, had a total kill count of 41, over 9,000 damage, 9,202, a total cyber time of 3 hours and 35 minutes. I suppose it's like, definitely not as impressive stats as you compare to teams like Q Confirm or the Expendables, but nevertheless, I think still handy enough to allow them to get that final slot to the grand finals.
Well, a qualification is a qualification, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're number 1 or you're number 8, you still qualify to the same stage, which is the grand final. So we'll be seeing Erangel Predator a lot more next week. And I must say as well, looking through their performance, they started on day number 2 and then they played day number 3. the first day when they played, it wasn't that great for them. It wasn't the result that they wanted. But when they started their second day in the campaign, the first game they managed to get a chicken dinner. And from then onwards, they just remained fairly consistent, and that brought them up to a top 8 finish. So they'll be ping chilling for now. Yeah, they'll be ping chilling. They'll be watching the other teams play, and they'll be learning how the other teams play in preparation for next weekend or next week.
Yeah, and I think crucially as well for Erangel is that the third day where they managed to finish in 3rd overall showed a marked improvement from their first showing in day number 2. And I think a lot of other teams as well have also had this trajectory where they are starting to improve, you know, especially towards the end of the group stage itself. So I'm hoping that this allows, gives them, should be able to give them quite a confidence boost, you know, coming into this last chance qualifier, because they know that at least they know where they at, where they are at, and you know, at this stage of the competition, and they know exactly how much room they have left still to improve from that point on. So I think, nevertheless, when we look at these teams that are just barely missed out on getting the grand finals, I suppose those are the now in this new pecking order the teams to beat.
True enough with that logic. So we got a couple of them. I think fairly high scoring as well. It's just that they were a little bit unfortunate to not get into the top 8, like New Generation Esports, One Call, PMA, Unicorn Venom, Purple Moon Esports. I would say these are some of the top names that the teams will need to be careful of. But since it's the last chance qualifiers, right? So I believe at some point we'll see teams just enjoying the game because at some point there'll be nothing much for them to lose. But anyway, speaking about another team that has gone through onto the grand final or the main stage, which is made in Thailand, Myth, number 7, just above Archangel Predator.
Yeah, it's interesting. They actually did a lot more total damage compared to Archangel Predator, but I think if I were to look at the overall sort of like split of points here between the two of them, yeah, Archangel had a little bit less. Actually, they had the same amount of kills here, 41 kills for both of these squads here. So I suppose like Main in Thailand themselves, especially what I noticed during the 3rd day is that they were a lot more proactive. They, in fact, I believe, in the group versus B versus C match, they were the top for that day specifically when you look at all the points only for that specific day. So they certainly made a huge effort towards the last closing stages of this group stage in order to try to get themselves into the grand finals. And given that they were able to get themselves like 4 places up, you know, by the end of the day, that's nothing short of a brilliant effort, I would say.
Yep, and also if we look at the performance on day number 2, which was their debut day, they actually only scored like, say 16 points, which was really low, especially for a team with this kind of stature. That's also one of the staple names inside of the world of PUBG. But we gotta give it to them as well. Like the day 2 that they played, which is equivalent to the day 3 of the group stages, they blew everyone's minds. Like they performed and they pushed themselves up, and they managed to secure a slot onto next week. Again, this kind of performances will remind teams up there who has already qualified to fear them that maybe day 1 was like a warm-up day, them learning on how maybe the new system is, probably getting used to like the new competitive patch, but the moment they found their comfort, they just go all the way.
And I think even Main in Thailand going into that final day itself knew that they were just within grasp of getting that slot to the grand finals. So it would be. I think it's also a good lesson to all of the teams that you know you're never quite out until you're out. You know, even if it's gonna final day, even if you still feel like you're out of the top 8, you know, an amazing. Massive amount of effort can still be made in order to get yourself up in the top there. Main in Thailand has made that work for themselves. That's why they already have secured their ticket to the grand finals. Here and everyone else haven't quite yet.
Yeah, so Made in Thailand. I mean, at the end of the day, if we look at like some of the powerhouses within PUBG, Thailand is definitely one of them. Although like the Expendables coming from Vietnam is it? But anyway, it's going to be Vietnam, Thailand, some of the powerhouses. Erangel Predator coming from Philippines is also one of them as well. So glad to see them all up there. Now this will be the challenge for the other regions. Can they make themselves into the grand finals as well? Because we still got a good amount of Thai teams in the last chance qualifiers. And any Vietnamese teams? Yeah, we have a couple of Vietnamese teams as well, I believe. So this. Just thinking of the stature of these teams who come from certain regions, I hope that it doesn't put too much mental stress onto the other teams.
I mean, if they're gonna be like knocked down a peg because of that mental stress, why even compete at this level of PUBG, isn't it? I mean, isn't that what they signed up for?
Yeah, true enough.
But nevertheless, we still wish them all the best here because, especially for you guys who have joined us for the first time in PUBG PC. I mean, first of all, welcome. This is a whole wide world, a wonderful world for you guys to jump in. I think there's no better time as well, as of right now to be coming into the game here. So for a bit of context here, this is under a new set of rules here. So in the past, when you look at competitive PUBG, they had a lot of like different types of rules sets for even different maps here. Particularly blue zones spawns were different, things like that. But this year, Krafton decided to standardize all of that into a single rule set that combines the ranked play experience together with the esport mode to make things a lot more relatable, I suppose, for all of you at home. And I think one of the key things about this format here is that everyone has to play in first-person perspective. You're doing it in all squads. The spawns on the map are a lot more consistent now, so vehicle spawns will always be at the indicated locations. And when it comes to like the blue zone, it's been standardized across all of the 8x8 maps here. Every single map here will be running exactly the same kind of pacing, the same type of phases. The blue circle spawns as well will have a lot more consistency, especially with regards to circles that may sometimes end up in unideal places like in the water, for example, or right against the edge of the map. Now under these new set of rules, things are probably going to be a little bit better for the teams involved, because now the circles will priority-wise land a lot more this time around.
Yeah, and not only that as well, there's some new items introduced into the game. I think the most significant one is the emergency pickup item. We did see a good number of teams actually using that to their advantage, but of course, well, to their advantage, maybe not, depending on where they drop.
It's a double-edged sword. Yeah.
It is.
Very much a double-edged sword.
Now that I can't think about it, I think we did see like more teams actually dropping into, maybe accidentally dropping into other teams as compared to dropping into somewhere safe. As of the group stage.
Sometimes it's a bit of a gamble, like, especially when you're up in the air. You wouldn't be able to see. The players can't actually see each other on the map itself. They only have to rely on what their eyes and their ears can tell them, right? And when you're up in the air there, while granted you can see like the landscape itself, you can't exactly pinpoint, is a team hiding in this one complex here? Are they out in this field here? You might see some vehicles moving around, but you don't really get a sense of like where they came from or where they're going. So I think like it's always a bit of a risk, nevertheless, to use the e-pickup to get in the middle of a hotly contested zone. But I think that's the kind of risk you will take anyway, because the chances are that teams that are like far away from the circle, either way you're going to be risking it a lot more trying to proceed to the circle on foot or on vehicle. The chances of you colliding with another team is even higher that way. So at least the e-pickup, somewhat, I would imagine it'll still be quite tense for the players because they never know what to expect when they go for the drop. But I think you still feel like you'd rather take that option there instead of having to hoof it on your own.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's shown by that's why we got a good number of teams actually using the item instead. And calculative wise, maybe it's better for them, so that's good. But another thing about if you use the e-pickup item is that when you land, despite you landing somewhere safe, you might not have a vehicle with you. So from then on, yes, you get to wherever you want to go safely, no one's there, but if you don't have a vehicle, for you to get from there to wherever else that the circle will be, then it's going to be hard. So like you say, like it's a double-edged sword.
It's a double-edged sword. I mean, we've talked a lot about the emergency pickup, but there are also other new items that are added into this new super rule here. Particularly a lot of items in the unranked mode, like the blue zone grenade, the foldable shield. I think we've seen quite a few foldable shields being used by the players even across the group stage as well.
Okay.
And like, but the thing is that I think a notable sort of like exclusion in this list here is the revive system that's been implemented in this current patch. And I think think it's worth for me explaining to those who are new to PUBG is that the esports mode actually works 2 patches behind what is currently in the ranked patch here. So the revive system is not implemented for this tournament here. So I know some of you commenters actually were complaining about that revive system, potentially being a little bit unbalanced, but it's not going to be a factor here at all. So rest assured about that.
But you know what is going to be a factor here is that currently the clan mode inside of PUBG is already available. So with the clan mode inside of PUBG Battlegrounds available, you guys at home can actually band together with friends, whether they are newfound friends or whether they are your old friends. You can just you can band together, and by you collaborating with the clan mode, you're able to reap the benefits of getting rewards in game. So yep, do try it out and let us know in the comment section what do you think about it.
Well, for me personally, I think this is a fantastic feature here. Again, trying to find friends to play online can sometimes be a very daunting thing, and unless you're already in a really large Discord group or online group, it's sometimes very hard to find players they can gel with, that will be able to rank up together with. So I think having a clan system now makes it far more easier, for PUBG players out there to find the right kind of team for themselves. And who knows, you might even be able to make whole new friends now using this clan system here. So hope you guys really take advantage of this. This is an exciting new addition to PUBG here to go along with this new format here. I mean, I think I've been waxing on and off about this a lot throughout the group stage as well, but the fact that a lot of these regions have combined now means that this is a new era of competitive PUBG now, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So that's why we see that throughout this year there's like multiple official tournaments, and maybe you guys at home, who knows, you could be the next big star by qualifying from stage to stage and so on and so forth. Even like just before this, we just had the Challenger Rumble. I think that was like a month ago. So now we are here at the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We can see how much investment that the Krafton has for this league right now, and and this opportunity for you guys at the other day to show and be proud of your own achievements, especially if you're able to win.
I mean, speaking with the people, behind the scenes there, especially the representative from Krafton, I get a sense that this is this era from 2023 onwards with the relaunching of the global series is kind of like a reset for them as well, because they've looked back at all the things they've done in PUBG over the last few years and realized there are a lot of things they could actually do to improve the experience, especially for the players here who are, very heavily invested. A lot of teams have been competing ever since the early days of PUBG in 2018 up till now, and have still remained strong in their support for the game and the scene in general. And I think this is now Krafton sort of like listening to the feedback from these teams, recognizing what sort of like challenges and struggles they may be facing here, and trying to find a way to streamline the circuit a little bit, to let these teams have ample opportunities to express themselves, to show that to represent their own individual regions, and just also be able to get good experience competitively as well. And with this new rule set, they also are re-looking into how they implement systems within ranked, in comparison to the esport mode, trying to bridge the gap between the two of them to make things a lot more relatable. And I think that's a very important step here that PUBG has made so far.
Absolutely. And besides this as well, of course, there are some things that happen outside the game as well. Like there are some regions who have newly appointed partners as a sign of support for the game community as well. So yeah, I think Krafton is doing a really great job at this point. So shout out to the people behind the scenes for working this out. I know sometimes it takes, it's not easy to get things. It's not easy to just implement something like that because you have to take the consideration about the market and all that. But they still managed to do it. So it's great. It's good celebration for the community. So for you guys out there, if you want to continue to support the game that we all love, that is PUBG, share out this stream and share it with your friends. Let them know that this is happening, and maybe prepare yourself for the next series.
Yeah, so as we are awaiting the start of the day here, we're a little bit delayed at the moment due to certain unforeseen issues here that we're certainly trying to sort out in the background. So I do apologize if this does seem a bit of a talk show right now because we're literally kind of buying a little bit of time now, just full disclosure. But then again, you know, I'm still really excited to see how these 16 teams are going to try to fight it out here today in this last chance qualifier. But that will still have to wait for a little while because we're going to be taking a break while we sort out this internal issues. But when we come back, rest assured, we'll be back with the action here at a last chance qualifier. So stick around, we'll be back after the break.
To the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to... Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature. To unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is again the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We just had to take a little bit of a break there while we sort out some issues on the back end, but it looks like we should be able to get the match back up and running now, isn't it?
Yes, we want to save the best for later. Not the last yet, of course, but for later. Of course, this is the last chance qualifiers. But anyway, enter Force 36 gearing up for the last chance qualifier. It's going to be the first game, and it's always important for the first game for whichever team to set the tone because they can bring the momentum to the following games. We only got 10 games to play. It's going to be a very short last chance qualifier for the teams.
I mean, it's even shorter than the group stage, considering all things here. There's really only 2 days of chances here, 10 match in total that these teams will have to play. Now, granted, I think over the course of the 3 days group stage, the teams effectively does play 10 rounds, but it'll spread out over those 3 days itself. This is a lot more intense, I think. There's less room for error here for sure. Make one mistake here today, you're going to be paying for it for the rest of this weekend here. But I still consider like the first match to be a bit of a toss-up, really, in the grand scheme of things. It does indeed, set the tone for everyone involved, and especially getting a good result here can certainly set you up a lot of momentum going for the rest of the weekend. With that all aside right now, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're ready to take flight right now on Miramar. This is the first match of the last chance qualifiers here. Day number 1 is going to be a go. Yeah,
here we go. Flight path from the left to the right, cutting across the middle of the map. So it's a fairly balanced kind of flight path. So far, from what we have seen, the hard drops from the group stage. Power Grid is one of the hard drops. Picado is one of the hard drops. I would say these will be the 2 main places. The rest of the other places, so far, we have not seen an early clash just yet. But, of course, this is a new set of teams that will be facing off against each other. So anything can happen. We might see a hard drop into somewhere else as well. Maybe even into places like Chumasera will be very, very interesting as well. Los Leones, super huge town. Even if you see 2 teams, 3 teams even dropping into Los Leones, well, there's still a lot of space for them to play. But anyway, here, early gunshots by MT, it did not connect. I'd say okay. It's just warning shots. I mean, it's just pistols anyway.
EXO Clan right now getting their boots on the ground here. It's especially interesting to note that teams like PMA and Redsea had kind of jumped out early here. It seems, but then one call, Triple A as well jumped in quite.
Mr. Flank!
Mr. Flank getting into a bump right now with New House Esports. He actually took out Ho-An in that. I think New House Esports is now coming around here to try to deal with the situation here. But Papa Zayed spots T1, actually T7. Sorry, he's trying to run across with him on the motorcycle. Didn't get the knockdown though, so it looks like Redsea is now scrambling to try to get back to where Mr. Flank is. But I think they're a little bit spread out at the moment. Though they did drop quite early on, as I mentioned, but it seems like they've dropped into quite a precarious situation here.
Oh, Redsea Esports, a team that struggled last week, but this is a good start for them by Mr. Flank winning the fight with DBS close quarters combat. That's going to be the first point of the LCQ given towards Redsea Esports. They'll be looking to revive their campaign here, and let's see if it can work out. But for New House Esports instead, unfortunately, they'll be the first team to lose a player in match number 1. Well, anyway, they still have 3 players, so it's still possible for them to make that comeback. We've seen it time and time again. Even though a team that has 3 players, they are able to make that comeback.
Yeah, so we'll have to give you guys an update later on about that situation. For now, let's see what Unicorn Venom is up to. Currently, they're held up near El Pozo. It is up in the northern side of the circle there. Not much resistance they'll be facing going on until that point. But then we'll see whether or not what sort of like movements they'll have to expect coming on here, because it's still a huge swath of area here in this next circle. But at least half of the teams are already in position there. EXO Clan, in the meantime, this is another team that has been relatively underperforming during this group stage here. There's been a lot of like hope that the Australian squad here was going to be able to experience some success. That hasn't quite come to be yet in this tournament so far. But EXO Clan certainly will be trying their very best this weekend here, hopefully to get themselves a better target.
Yeah, EXO Clan, I mean, a team that was the champions of the Rumble Challenger Series, unfortunately have to play the LCQ now. But now they have some action. MT versus a Dap Blue. Looks like MT is doing a little bit of scouting work. Will he really crash into Dap Blue? Probably not. His teammates are nowhere near. So it's just more of like information gathering for him. Looking at, but he's being forced to take this fight now because he's being shot at, I believe it was from behind or something.
Might be behind, might be in front, but then regardless, the rest of EXO Clan will be joining him on here because NGE's Dap Blue is like the furthest forward, I think, of the NGE clan right now. So we'll see whether or not EXO Clan will continue to try to take this fight. Looks like they will, going all 3 strong here. Actually, the whole squad is here literally to deal with this one man. So I think FIVE might not be in time to save his teammate here. That Blue, in the meantime, holding a shotgun, waiting for the door to open up. Oh, he's having a world hurt coming his way, though. Oh, run straight. MT does get a knockdown on him, though. That Blue, double! And he does get the double onto them, but they do manage to mop it up there. Could have been a bad one here. And FIVE, of course, he was a little bit too late to the party. They're not able to support him in that regard, but That Blue only managed to get the knockdown, and that's the best he could do.
Well, with that 2 knockdowns, probably the rest of NGE might want to crash in and take advantage of this. Don't allow time for EXO Clan to reset, but EXO Clan now managed to pick up 2 of their teammates, but will they have enough time to reset? Looks like it's going to be Cats with a knockdown to Fab. The rest of NGE, they are coming in.
Yep, they're coming in hot. So now EXO Clan, first they were the hunters, now they are the hunted. Van Ugg and Hakai are holding up inside the building there, had to run out of wave due to the frag grenades being thrown out from EXO Clan, so they're forced outside the complex. But EXO Clan doesn't really have an advantage. You see, FIVE in the meantime had been knocked down already and is still hurting in that first floor. He's not going to be a factor at all, so they're still waiting on the other 2 members, Hakai and Van Ugg, to try to do a wrap around here. But I'm not sure what exactly they could try what exactly could do to force EXO Clan off this position, because it seemed like they're pretty well dug in. In fact, Gobert and Chimpy are now moving around the outside here. Oh, but Gobert and Chimpy now under fire from Hakai. It looks like they got both knocked out here in one fell go. MT's the only one left here. A frag grenade being sent his way now. Hakai still not able to get a knockdown on a Malaysian player quite yet, but M is already taken down Van Ung here, so Hakai's the last one from NGE.
Yeah, Hakai, last man standing. Can he pull off a clutch? He get another knockdown onto MT. Can he pull off a final one here? Can he do it? Oh no! It was so close!
So close, yet so far. EXO Clan still stood their ground, and Cats clutches it for his team in that final fight there. Will be able to get a revive back into all of them and should be able to enjoy a healthy amount of loot, but that could have gone a lot worse there for EXO Clan, got to say, but it looks like it's really great to see that Cats was able to get a good recovery just in the nick of time.
It was a really close one. I was looking at his health. It's like he went down to like 40%. I think like maybe 1 or 2 bullets left onto him, and he'll be out. So that was a good shot there. But anyway, we saw the first team being eliminated, and it had to be EXO Clan, the team that I think before the start of this tournament had a lot of hope to at least get through onto the grand finals directly. But now it's only game 1. Not all hope is lost, but let's see if they can come back stronger.
Yep, so Team No One and One Call actually almost getting to a bit of encounter, but it seems like No One, number one, has actually been able to peel away from this. It will be moving away from that position. Enter 436 as well. It's just arrived at this nice little complex here. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any resistance they will counter coming through this point here. Starlord though, he had quite the day of days really in the second day of the group stage. Hoping that he's going to continue to carry his team to victory here.
Ooh, Starlord, yeah. Speaking about carry team to victory, in the day 2 of the group stages, he managed to carry his team by clutching 2 teams back to back within the blue zone. So that was something of a big feat. I still think that that's one of the biggest highlights of the tournament so far. But anyway, it will be interesting to see if we can repeat this sort of feat again, especially now that a lot more is on the line, and that's going to be elimination if they can't bring themselves up to the top 8.
Now, Deadly Strike, another team that's going to be vying to show themselves here in this kind of competition, had a relative amount of success, but not quite enough to get themselves to grand finals, obviously. But nevertheless, it's great to see that they were actually getting to some really decent fights, especially towards the final day here in this group stage. So now coming to the last chance qualifiers, I'm hoping to see that they will continue that trajectory of improvement for themselves. Global Esports Xsset now looks like they're getting a little bit too close for comfort for Dan Pablo, but Dan Pablo does have a bit of a high ground to use here. But I think Gex has already pretty much spotted his position and now trying to move to take this complex to make sure that Redsea will not have a decent time holding this hill.
Well, I'm looking at the movement of Redsea. Now, Mr. Flank is getting closer and closer towards Leo, and Dan Pablo's on the other side. So pretty much Leo is stuck in a sandwich situation. Now his teammate has joined him in the same compound, so they just need to...
Flank.
Oh, what? Wait, what? Mr. Flank? What happened?
He got taken down by Leo has to take him down with a shot and then finishes him off with the frag grenade. So now it looks like he will be able to take his position there, while Yuri has only just come here and he was expecting to be able to link up with his teammate. And now, with him already having taken the kill onto that, I think Dan Pablo's position is a lot more precarious now.
Yeah, Dan Pablo, without his teammate, Mr. Flank, he won't be able to continue on the fight. But it was a little bit unfortunate that Mr. Flank, I think he had the idea of like, okay, want to crash into the compound, but that just happened, and immediately Dan Pablo had to retreat, and they needed to reset. But at least the good news for Redsea is that they are within the circle right now, and not only they're in the circle, they have the high ground. So at least for now, they're okay.
Yeah, it's still going to be very crowded indeed. We got E36 coming in from the north side. Gex have just gone to the counter of Redsea. That was as they were entering into the circle from the south side there. So Redsea currently needs to try to take full advantage of their current position on the high ground in order to try to hold them off. But they're also facing some pressure from SST, who has also come into their zone in the same time. So Dean is going to be in the front line there, while Dan Pablo still has to watch the backs of Redsea here from the movements that was coming up from Gex at that point. So I think right now, I mean, Redsea already have come into this area early here, and they've already dug into their positions. So it's really a matter now of just making sure they can keep these other teams at an arm's length, and if they should try to do a rotation, to be able to respond immediately there to make sure that they don't compromise their position on the circle.
Yeah, you don't want to give away your position too much to the other teams, especially when the circle is still big enough and teams are rotating, they're deciding on where to go. So you want to stay quiet at some point, and you do need to take necessary fights. And speaking about necessary fights, it looks like Sapao thinks that this is a necessary one, but Lundun's not interested at all, immediately retreats back onto the lower ground where his teammates are at. So not going to take this fight yet. He knows that he'll be at a disadvantage because Unicorn Venom, they have the high ground against them.
Yeah, I mean, he smelled that flank coming there, so he knew that he would be compromised should he try to hold his ground there, so instead he decides to regroup with his team. When in the meantime, EXO Clan is also observing the battle happening in the silos there, so they're hoping to try to get some hot shots in, but I don't think it's going to be easy to connect, especially at this range here. But nevertheless, PMA and Unicorn Venom will be very much tied up in their own fight right now. EXO Clan can pretty much just observe these at a distance. They have no reason, actually, to try to get involved here because, again, they still have quite a good vantage point from which to work for.
Yeah, this vantage point is great. Just look at how they spread out, right? Like from the top to the bottom, pretty much almost a one straight line because they want to ensure control on this long stretch of hill. And this long stretch of hill is actually great because you get to see rotations from the road and it's for the prime positions to gather information. So that's why they want to take a priority onto this hill. Now Sly High, unfortunately, we spotted out the long range coming from Rosita will knock him down.
Yeah, that's Theeerathon FIVE actually becoming a spoiler in this fight now. So I think UV thought they had the advantage against PMA, and now they're going to be facing a backdoor attempt on the side there, and Lun Lun will use this in order to remove Sylphie from the map now. So Unicorn Venom is down to 3 men here in that assault, which is not the start to the fight they were hoping for. Certainly, Purple Mood as well is under siege here from 2 teams. They're actually sandwiched between one call as well as attack all around, but it still also spots Enter Force 36 up on the set up on the hill. Just by the distance there, so they realized that this is also a precarious position for them because attack all around actually has a much higher elevation compared to them here, so it could certainly make it hard for Purple Boot to try to rotate even if they want to.
Well, the circle shifted and look who's in the middle. It's going to be Redsea Esports, still with the high ground, still in the middle, so they're A-OK. Another high ground area that is going to be, that is good, is where T5 is currently at. Just look at T5's position. They are overlooking UV, just waiting for UV to make that move in front of them, and they might take that shot.
310 now just moving in between one call and PLLM. Will be taking quite a bit of fire here. Kind is a little bit low, but that's because he's riding on a motorcycle, which is completely exposed, and unfortunately he gets knocked down. Goni as well is taking a lot of damage. It looks like Kai will get deleted. Goni as well is on the ground. Vuelo and Wesker will just have to run past without them, so they lose 2 members immediately from just trying to make their rotation. Didn't quite seem like a smart decision on their part to be going out in this open area here, but you know they have to pay for it with the consequences.
Tanawa, now it looks like Purple Mood Esports, they're in the mood to gather those kill points. 3 kill points so far, only waiting for Thunder to open up his account in the LCQ. But at the same time, we can see that Smell getting knocked out of Patapong. Looks like UV and T5 fighting against each other. And UV, the last we saw there on the lower ground, whereas T5 on the high ground.
Oh, and I also saw that 310 loses Vuelo to EXO Clan there, so it seems like now they're just down to one last person here, and that was a disastrous rotation that the Japanese squad attempted to do there, just running to 3 teams at once. So that's certainly not the best thing to do, especially in a circle this crowded. Wesker now is the last person. Wesker now is the last person standing for Area 310 Rascal Jester. So now he's gonna have to play the long game from this point on, and with 15 teams still remaining, there's a lot of people out there that will certainly like to take his kill point, certainly.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be a challenge for him to actually hold on to at least getting into the positioning points ranks. So it's still quite a long way to go, I must say. Plus we still have phase 3s, and with 15 teams alive, yeah, he got to pray hard.
Yeah, Enter Force 86 has done well to take position here because it seems to represent a bit of a nice high spot here for Deva to snipe on. Should this next circle come a little bit more southward as well, I think this would be perfect for Enter Force 36, and they will still be able to stay mostly out of trouble here while they let the other teams fight. And speaking of fights though, Purple Mood now moving on to EXO Clan's position here, so it looks like it's up for the Australians now to hold their ground.
Is that 3 teams or 2 teams? 2 teams. EXO Clan and Purple Moon Esports. Now, Purple Moon Esports, they're definitely in the mood. They want to get those points. And for the side of EXO Clan, unfortunately, they'll be playing the rest of this one with 3 team members, meaning that they don't match the manpower of Purple Moon Esports. But at least they have a compound together with the high ground secured. But right now, Purple Moon Esports, no issue for them to move out to the high ground because look at the cover that they have. EXO Clan don't have a clear shot.
They don't, exactly. And Purple Mood has come up against them from an angle where they can't exactly pour some fire onto them. There's not a lot of windows that NT can use here in order to do that. Now he's going to be forced to try to take a revive on the back there while Purple Mood continues to rain down grenades. A frag and a flash has been sent in multiple rooms there. Fortunate that it hasn't quite connected on both MT as well as Gats, so it's still able to hold up in that building. But now Purple Mood is rapidly rotating here, going for the flank, trying to take control of the ground floor, which is Chimpy is the one who's going to have to fight them hand to hand right right now. Fluky is going to kind of run back
Fluky.
here.
Oh!
Knocked down by Chimpy, who spots him through the gap in the door there. Now we'll be falling back up to the upstairs part. Purple Moon is now going to have to stop this rotation into the house now in order to get Fluky back up.
Oh, Thunders. How are they going to do this right now? They need to really coordinate with each other. One person going in for the pickup, the rest of them giving cover. And yes, they have done it. Now the pickup will happen. But then again, look at the minimap. There's another team actually approaching. One call is coming in. They are observing the situation, waiting for the fight to start, waiting for the fight to end, and they'll come in.
Yeah, and another fight as well. Okay, actually, we're seeing the drone view on the other side there, so you can see that a lot of the members just are on the outside of this compound here, whereas PLM is still storming inside, trying to flush out EXO Clan from the first floor. Boarboats and the rest of them now piling towards where the stairwell is. They're just keeping their eyes and ears peeled here, waiting for them to show their faces before pouring a whole hose of lead onto them. MP's going to go to the door. Chippy, unfortunately, is going to get ganked on by 3 at once. Needs a knockdown, has come out of that part. Purple Moon now trying to stabilize the situation here. They do eliminate Gas Empty, and Chippy and EXO Clan will be out in 15th place.
This could be the moment here for one call to receive the call to come into the compound. And there are 2 of them already here throwing the nades, putting pressure onto Purple Moon Esports, waiting for the rest of them to come. And now this could be the points that they want to steal away. For now, one call is coming in with a sort of, that's going to be Jaxi.
Yep, Jackson now going for the entry here. He doesn't find anyone on the ground floor because everyone from Purple Moon has already gone upstairs. So he needs to, they need to all go up at once though, or at least be able to suppress them from getting up in the windows. Oh, Jackson getting close call there. It's Tanawan runs into the for the door. Thunders goes for the drop from outside the window, takes him down to the garage door. Now Trick is still on the other side of the building. Here he comes through the doorway, only to meet Fluky with his shotgun, and will be taken down. Boarboats finds Seymour around the outside, takes him out completely, and one calls Chibirit. He's gonna have to turn tail and run down because all of his team are now dead as a result of that failed assault.
Oh yeah, Chibirit will say that, okay, nope, I'm not gonna have any of this. But the best part is, the interesting part is that if only one call, maybe you rush in like together with Chibirit at least, and maybe with one of the other player. Let's see. Okay, Chibrit. Maybe it could be a different result, but then again, Chibrit was playing support. That's why he was covering on the outside. But Chibrit! Oh no, that was unfortunate.
Fluky found him around the outside, and in fact, he would actually have bumped into Wesker if he wasn't careful. And I think Wesker might actually be thinking about looting him right now, but unfortunately, it's not a secure battlefield here because we got Global Esports Xsset actually making their way up the hill as well. So it seems like this has become quite a bloodbath near this house. Which Purple Moon now is the one holding it at this point, but for how long can they hold on? Well, with all these teams just crowding around, trying to take them out of that hill.
Oh yeah, number one, they want some of that as well. Triple A, can they defend this compound? Right now, there are still 2 players active, but damn Pablo, coming in from behind, getting knocked out to Virtue.
Oh man, and they got, remember, SST K9 as well, hanging by the cliffside, but it doesn't seem like you want to be involved in Triple A's little quandary here because they are surrounded inside the complex. They seem to be held down because of J-Dai being knocked down early on. Deadly Strike in the meantime doing a hurt onto Enter 436 as Deva has been taken out of the map there, so it seems like that battle is unfolding on the western side, while number one in the meantime still trying to hold their own here in this compound because even though they tried to assault on the Triple A by having Virtue 2-2-2-2-2 taken out, now Mio is going to be alone here in his attempt to try to get onto Triple A, with SST now moving rapidly into the position. I think it's going to be really bad for Virtue. And Paultop catches on the MioU. Can he put out in time though? Oh, just barely 6 points of health left for him, but this is going really bad and worse now because Triple A decided to pounce straight onto him. All the vehicles coming in its way, and there's no way he can hold his ground with so many guns trained on him.
Yeah, valiant attempt there, but then again, Triple A, they were ready to take him down, so that is at the end for him. But we have now the top 10 teams. Only one more slot left for the team to not get a single placement point. That's going to be Deadly Strike. And now the placement points will start to accumulate over the time that the teams get eliminated.
Yeah, they will. Up Chen, oh, just really running out the entire magazine, that mini 14 there, because he wants to finish off Imhop. should be able to do that. Don't know. Oh, unless he gets spotted by someone else and gets taken down. Runex actually saves his teammate there, Imha, from being able to be taken out. Now Global Esports is going to be forced to get a revive here, while Venom is going to try to catch Leo and actually does knock him down on the side there. So SST thought they were going to be able to get the jump on the Gex, but no, look at how the turntables here. Global Esports Xsset now just putting SST under massive pressure. T9 will be taken down as well. I think SST's time is done.
Yeah, and that's going to be coming in from Yuri with the AUG, getting knocked down. But for the side of GX, well, only one player left, I believe. Are they still in this? Yes, there's still one player left.
Yeah, they're still in this. We still have one player here, but unfortunately, he may not be able to do much to try to revive them because they're all out in the open. There's no cover there, and you still have Venom running around that Jeep there, so he still represents a threat right now for Xsset. Yuri now under fire, now under pressure. He's going to try to pop a smoke, but it doesn't seem to be in the right position, though. It gets him under the car there. He sends a Molotov out to try to hold off Venom, but Imhak finds him for the side. Sweet, sweet revenge there onto Yuri as he eliminates Global Esports Xsset in 9th place.
Okay, here we go. The fight's not over yet, though. We can see that SST still needs to get up onto the high ground, still needs to get into the circle, but T5 might be waiting for the only T5. Another team as well waiting in the shacks, but now moving over to PMA. Lun spotted out his opponent there, tapped onto his opponent, Smell, and Smell still survives somehow.
Yeah, I mean, he, again, still protected by that Jeep somewhat, even though his legs was a little bit exposed, but Lundun isn't able to connect too much with the vegetation, getting in the way of his crosshairs there. So I think Smell, though, he's still very much in trouble, though, because he can't quite maneuver out of area. That's why he has to pop the smoke now and hope to try to avoid PMA's assault from that point on. The Blue Zones continue to crowd around here as Wesker. Jones in front of Triple A, gets two kills out there and gets elimination of Kaluza. What is this man made of?
Oh, Wesker! My oh my, that was a compound fight. He managed to get 3. And here we go. Lun, beautiful shot as well to Smell.
Yeah, Jankuwov will take out NHE, but I don't think they have actually found Wesker yet, even though he's already knocked out and eliminated one of their own. Rossetet also finds Dan Pablo and takes him out completely. Sapao will get popped off there by Lun as well, and now he's finding another member, Unicorn Venom, Jake Ken, who is attempting to try to link up with them, and a headshot will come true for the Mini 14. Lun eliminating the whole squad all by himself.
4 points for Lun and his team. And now moving over to Redsea Esports, they do have the high ground still, and they have the circle. Look at this, the circle is pretty much on their side, but now the next challenge is to go up against the other teams who are currently on the lower ground. We got PMA at the closest at their side. Wesker, he's not done yet though. Runex will be knocked down.
Runex will be knocked down, and Rossetet will actually steal the kill away from Wesker, while Venom actually picks off their fellow countrymen there, and that will be 310 eliminated in 7th place. Attack all around, sending flashbangs of frag grenades into the building where SST is currently sold. And I mean, man, that's just a magnet right now for all these utilities coming in. Him hiding in the corner there, waiting for Jankuwov, but the smoke is making it hard for him to respond to whatever is inside the building right now. Can they actually find him in time though? Elsewhere, Scrut actually taking a lot of damage there thanks to the Molotov, as well as the shots coming from outside. Attack all around, very much finding themselves in a very tight situation here with all of these teams just breathing down the necks.
To make it even worse, there's a road in between all of these teams, and now it's a 50-50 in terms of road that they need to manage. But the next phase circle could change that. Let's see who's it favoring. And now the next phase, here we go. Looks like it's going to go onto the right side, meaning that teams like Redsea, which is the only team on the left side of the road, we need to figure out how to get across.
Redsea and as well as PMA, I do see I Am Pete as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so Papa Zaid is actually on the highest point there, but the thing is, there is not a lot of vegetation on that hill itself. So even if he does try to make a rotation, I think PMA should be able to spot him quite handily. And look at that, the care package. This is probably going to land right on top of Teddy and Lun there, and I think that's going to be sorely needed there as Lun and so unfortunately been knocked down by Papa Zaid early on. So that's why Pete is just keeping an eye out while his teammate goes for the revive.
Yeah, sometimes the airdrop can be a double-edged sword. The moment you go there, other teams will be looking at it and you can get shot. But they have enough information to tell themselves that, hey, it's all clear, it's all good, go loot, get out, and be happy.
Yep, so Lundun now back up to speed, but he's still taking fire from SST from the distance. Probably will have to use the care package as a bit of cover right now. It sets up a smoke as well, so they can try to loot that under the fire from T5, who have meantime have been moving down from La Drillera and will be taking the northern side here, hoping to try to take a fight against PMA right now. It's Tanadol, who is just running across the field here, trying to get to the tree as quickly as he can before getting his bandage up. So it's a bit of a brave maneuver here that T5 is going to try to do, and they're a little bit spread out as well on this side of the circle here. So they're hoping to try to take control of the northern side here to at least keep PMA suppressed and hopefully be able to take control of the complexes just down below. But NHE and AAA are already set up in those buildings positions there, so it's not going to be an easy fight here for T5.
Oh, Papazae, look at this. He's just on top of the hill, just on top of PMA, but they're going to stop each other as Papazae wants to get across. But at the same time, we have T5 keeping an eye on all of them, and T5 happily taking the shot. Tanado, can he land those shots? So many shots pulled out, but none of them landed.
Yeah, Papasai, it's still probably being a little bit easier now that T5 is actually forcing PMA into a bad position here. But then now actually they spot him on the kills.
Oh!
Takes him out and lets Redsea be eliminated in 5th place. So 4 teams now still remaining. PMA almost got himself in the car with a headshot onto IMP, even though he tried to pick out the rest of his teammates. Unfortunately, with that one headshot here for Tanadol, that eliminates his chances in this final circle.
Alright, so T5 managed to survive, but T5 playing with 3 players. But look at the amount of kills on T5. Already got 9 kills, but the next challenge is going to be NHE. They're coming into the compound with Rosette at the forefront, and now Tanado is going to follow up from behind. AAA, they're going to look from the other compound. Looks like AAA right now, all they need to do is just stay put. When that fight ends, they just come in and be the mop-up crew.
Yeah, they'll be the best bet they could. But the thing is, NHE is camping inside this building using these off angles actually to try to head off T5 here. So they're hoping that at least that they wouldn't try to go by the side door if they actually do a 2-prong attack by the side door as well as the front. This could be bad. But Long K decides to reposition, picks up a gas can of all things. Well, the Molotov right now is open, actually completely closed up the exit. He sends a frag grenade down to try to discourage a bit of movement there. The gas can is going to continue to keep the fires going, I think, there, because he probably could be able to pop that to prevent anyone from Theeerathon FIVE be able to get through the doorway there. So that's actually a brilliant thing he was going to be doing here.
Yeah, he's going to use that gas can whenever they walk in, but looks like they're not going to go in for the bait. So everyone's just going to stay chill. Maybe they read what might happen. They anticipated it, so they're not going to make those big moves just yet. AAA, on the other hand, just observing whatever that's happened on the other building. They'll be happy to clean them up when the fight ends.
Well, I mean, the campers with the attackers right now, isn't it? I mean, T5 sends a frag grenade. They actually deals quite a bit onto Long K, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough for them to make an entry. In fact, Tanado is actually still holding around the outside, so T5 hasn't quite made the signal to just rush in quite yet, because it's still, they only have spotted Long K. They haven't seen the other member of T5 who is hiding, the other member of NHE, I should say, who is hiding up on top of the rafters, and it is a bit of an insurance policy, I think, for anyone who decides to run through, which Rossetet is actually keeping an eye out on the long hallway, but again, without any sight about what's happening in the back there, they're a little bit skittish about trying to take this approach.
Okay, let's see what kind of approach will they go for, because time won't be on their side. At this point, both teams actually just waiting it out. I mean, playing the patient game, who's going to make the first move. And it does feel like at some point, T5 will need to make the first move because they're on the outside. But okay, anyway, the circle is going to close entirely. And looking at the position of the players right now, T5 Hatsawa is closest to the blue, meaning that he'll be the first one to move, and that might trigger his other teammates to do the same.
You know, the thing is that AAA looks like they're also gearing up to make a rotation too. So this could be, this could potentially spoil whatever T5's plans are when it comes to this movement here. But Hasawat has just been caught by O2 Squared on the outside, so AAA is actually moving a lot faster than I expected here. They might try to catch any of the T5 stragglers who are still around the outside, not undercover, and that's actually going to put a wrench in their works while they attempt to still keep the siege going on the NHE. So far, they just have to hold on and wait and see whether or not AAA will be able to wipe out the rest of T5 around the outside there. And I think this is putting pressure on T5 to make this move.
Oh, Rosita knocked down onto Jedi. This could be the moment here. But then again, AAA, they still can reset. They still have time. They still have enough cover. And no other team is making big moves.
Yeah, I mean, T1706 is still camping in that same spot the entire time here, while Long K has moved down to the side here of the window and actually finds Jack Hu off, who attempts to try to get J-Dye back up to speed. So now AAA is already down 2 men here. Now Rosset is going to use this distraction here to try to get up into the bell tower. Will not find anyone there. But in fact, we'll actually use that to try to get a shot at O2 Skirt. Almost get a spray down to him there. T5 now taking control over the rooftops on this point here. So they're just going to disregard new House Esports. Instead, they're going to try to use this opportunity to finish off the rest of AAA.
Ooh, and AAA is eliminated now, leaving with the last 2 teams, T5 as well as NHE, who will get this chicken dinner. It's 2v2, so they kind of equal each other. And now, since it's going to be a compound fight, it's going to be a little bit of a hold up between these 2 teams. But the blue will not allow them to hold up any longer. We can see that Rosetta will be forced to move.
Yeah, the thing is, it's still a 2v2 in this situation here. So whatever matters here, whoever gets that first pick off there is certainly going to get the advantage. But Long K, I think he might have spotted Rosset. But at 17-07, he tried to move out in front and actually gets knocked down by Rosset. The thing is that he's having help, but Long K doesn't have a shot onto him again. So Rosset will be able to get himself up to speed now. He eliminates the last member there. Long K now has a hold up inside the building. I don't know, there's full frag grenades.
Here we go!
To pop
Close!
Inside, gets a knockdown onto Rosset. Now leads Tanadol, who's still up on the rooftop there, to see whether or not he can get a drop. But the circle, it's still going to be coming around the corner of the house there. I don't know how they're going to try to resolve this here. Either he's going to have to jump down from the roof, or Long K is probably going to have to huddle around the corner. The circle ever shrinking right now. Tanadol found the perfect position though to try to
it's great for Tanadol.
The blue zone is going to finish off Long K. Takes the wicket winner chicken dinner.
Tanadol played it really smart. He went to the edge of the rooftop and he still has some room to play with. Whereas his opponent, no more space to run, had to tank out the blue. And obviously during the ninth phase of the blue, it's untankable. Immediately be taken out by the blue. Tanadol, what a good calm move there.
Yeah, again, they knew that just by letting the blue zone do all the work, they will be able to get that. But still, NHE had dug themselves very much, actually kind of pointed themselves in the corner with T17 deciding to move outside there, right into Rosset Jr. And I think that pretty much made it difficult for Long K to actually get out of his position there, because they already had him hold up that shack. He needed T17 to get a pick off, but he failed to do that, which means that and then Thunderdog was up on the roof anyway. He was a bit of an insurance policy, really, to Rosset as he attempted to try to assault Long K, but that worked out in the end with the way the circle kind of closed around on the corner there. I thought that Long K may have a little bit of space there, but it seemed like Thunderdog, just being by the edge of the roof, still had more than enough.
Yeah, Thunderdog, very smart play there, very calm, and that was a great decision. But other than that, I noticed that Purple Moon Esports, they managed to get a good number of elimination of kills overall as well. I think it's definitely more than 5 for sure. And despite them going out earlier than what we're seeing in the final stages of this game, they would have gotten in such a decent amount of points.
They certainly did, and this is where AAA actually found Miou, who had attempted to try to assault the compound, or rather just attempted to scout the compound, got caught out on the outside here. This is where Gex and SST, along with PMA, were involved in a three-way fight there on the side of the cliff. And Lun, this is an amazing sequence here where he just basically eliminated the entirety of Unicorn Venom, who attempted to take control over the kill, just found themselves just sniped one by one with this Mini 14.
Oh man, that's devastating. I mean, it's just that one man and eliminating your entire squad from a long range. They probably didn't know what hit them until, well, the feed came up. But this is T5 stopping PMA from moving, doing pretty much the same thing like how his opponent did earlier on. And during this final moment, it was a standoff. 3 teams standing off with each other, and finally AAA was the first team to make that move, and T5 took advantage of it, and leaving New House Esports and T5 to duke it out for this chicken dinner. And at the end, Tanadol smartly waited at the edge of this rooftop to get that chicken dinner.
I cannot express how much of a big brain this is for Tanadol. I mean, to control the rooftop when he knew that NHE was camping inside of the building itself, and knew that, Long K was just holding to that little shed there, so that's why he took the rooftop. He could just just look down
Yep.
and basically spot him if he comes out the stairwell. So that was why T1706 was forced to come out there, because Rosstedt was already putting so much pressure on him. Rosstedt instead took him down, and that was where things, I think pretty much that fight effectively ended there for New Generation, because Long K couldn't move out of the shack there. Tanadol was up on the roof, so he knew that he could find at least the last bit of circle and stay out of the blue zone. And it was a blue zone in the end that finished off Long K, so much for the camp, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I guess he was kind of deciding whether, okay, you want to go out and try to fight, but obviously if you jump out the window, then you'll be at a disadvantage. There won't be enough time for you to flick and go up, right? So he'll rather like, okay, let's just deny my point and get the chicken dinner and take the chicken dinner away.
Yeah, well, big brains all around there for Theeerathon FIVE. And the first chicken dinner of the day is certainly going to be setting the mood for them now, because that's a massive, massive haul here for them, and certainly a good base for them to start with, you know, for the rest of today's matches here. So there'll still be another round of Miramar. Hopefully we'll be able to get you guys the updated scores when it's going to be live here. But for now, you know, I think these teams, you know, they've already had a lot of experience fighting each other, to be fair, during the group stage here. They've already experienced the heartbreak of Miramar one too many times here, especially for these teams who didn't quite make it to the top 8 at the end of the group stage. So now that Theeerathon FIVE, you know, without all those other teams kind of breathing down the neck, has actually found themselves in a good position here to spread their wings a little bit and start to fly up to the top of the leaderboard.
Well, but it is still one game. It's still one game, okay?
True.
It's still one game. Okay, let's hold our horses. But then again, hopefully they'll be able to remain consistent, because from what we see, they are a good quality team. They know how to work as a team, like one person down, one person up. They know how to position themselves. So if we are able to see them onto the grand finals, hopefully they'll be able to use this sort of coordination to really challenge the other team.
And just, I think just the instant kind of like, the instant it clicked, I suppose, for T5 was when they took control over the bell tower first, because they knew there was one location that is not being held that heavily by NGE, and that gave them this full access to the rooftop. So I cannot stress enough, like, just those kind of decision making is what you want to find in an in-game leader there. Just one who can read the situation perfectly and realize that, you know, okay, they knew that NGE was camping inside the house. They knew that going through the main door was going to be death, because T1706 was held up on the top there. So what do? Do they still hold out the outside? AAA was already on the move. You know, they were already attempting to try to flank Theeerathon. They in fact took down Danawat, who was taking on the high ground on the opposite side of where that chapel is. So new generation, you know, were already having a lot of advantage because of that camp, but Theeerathon FIVE took the advantage away from them by just taking control of the rooftop. So not only can they spot AAA's movements, and also took down a few of the members. Altus Squirt was actually shot from the bell tower by Tanadal, in fact, but then they also were having a lot more room to maneuver compared to Long K inside the house. So that's why Tanadal was able to find the edge of the roof, which was just enough for him to stay out of blue zone. So again, such a big brain play here from Theeerathon FIVE.
Absolutely big brain play there. So kudos to them for getting the first chicken dinner in the last chance qualifiers. And I think besides that final moment, in this round in general, there were a lot of good individual moments as well. I think we saw at least 2 different clutches, as far as I remember. So there were good highlights here as well. I remember clutch or almost clutch. Yeah, either one of them.
One that comes to mind right now is like, we didn't quite get to see that on stream, but Wesker actually took on like 3 people, got 2 knockdowns and eliminated 1 before he had to run away. And considering the fact that the Rascal Jesters were kind of out of it, especially after having taken that failed assault against, I believe it was, I wanted to say it was AAA, but I can't quite recall. But basically, you know, they lost their big fight. Wesker was the only one remaining, but still managed to earn at least 1 kill point there. So, you know, all things considered, you know, it's a salvageable kind of like round for them.
Yeah, but anyway, what's going to matter is, of course, the points collected by the teams. Let's review round number 1. So T5 obviously with a chicken dinner with 10 kill points, giving them 20 points. AAA, they kind of stayed put during the final stages, but then again, they were forced to move because of the circle. So 11 points for them. Redsea, 10 points, a double digit. Hopefully they'll be able to bring that momentum. But look at Purple Moon Esports. Who needs placement points?
Who needs placement points indeed when you already have 10 in hand, and that already is enough for 5th place. So imagine like this is like the kind of meta that is right now. You know, you as a team in this under these new rules, you have to be proactive. You have to go out there. You have to be able to farm those kills. Otherwise, if you're only relying on the chicken dinners or the placement points, you're not going to be able to get far. Look at comparison to other teams like who is that? Like PMA only has like 4 kills and 4 placement points there. Other teams have only 1 or 2 kills but 0 placement points. They weren't able to keep their squad together, especially like Dead Destroy as well as E36 got limited, got a whole squad decimated quite early on. So now it's but then, you know, when you talk about the whole package there, Theeerathon already has that on lock because they not only got a chicken dinner, they had already killed 10 people in the process of them getting to that final circle. In a sense, you could still say that, you know, it's still important to aim for the chicken dinner anyway, but if you're not able to, if you're not going to be able to farm those placement points, then you have to prioritize those kill points.
Yeah, I guess the example is that if in case like Archangel Predator's game, and one of I believe it was one of the Miramas yesterday, is that when the circle keeps shifting away from them, like you don't have the circle, meaning that you want to go for placement points, it's a little bit difficult. So you might as well like, okay, whoever's in front of us, we take the calculated or necessary fights just to try to gain those placement points, rather than trying to chase the circle for placement points, and it becomes really difficult and you end up maybe without a single placement point. You might as well learn from what Purple Moon Esports did. Like whoever's in front, just take the fight, win those fights, because believe in your gun skills and get the points.
But even as teams like PMA and SST, and to a certain extent AAA had the experience as well here, was that you cannot afford to be bogged down too long by those fights, because the risk of having a third party enter is way too high. So in essence, like even if you want to try to camp certain complexes there, you know, is I guess like for the campers specifically, their goal is going to be try to delay the assault as much as possible. Whereas like if you're the assaulter, you need to be able to make the move quickly and wrap up the fight. Otherwise, you're just only going to attract more attention. Especially if the fight gets overextended, you know, and you're running low on health or ammunition, etc. A third party that's fully equipped, fully ready to fight, there is easily going to be able to overcome you. So I guess this is kind of like the 50-50 sort of like decision making that, you know, really good IGLs are able to provide there, where they know like whether or not should they take the fight or should they pull away, because, you know, if you're going to be taking the fight, if you cannot finish it fast enough, might as well, you know, you try to go for another approach instead.
Yeah, totally agree. So it's very situational. I mean, we can craft all the theories behind, like, okay, do you get placement points, do you get kill points, and yada yada and so on. At the end of the day, it's very situational, because PUBG is a 360 game. It's not only about, okay, in front there's someone, we're confident, let's take the fight. It's also knowing about the surroundings. What if, as you try to rush to the front, somewhere in the middle, someone from afar just shoots your teammates down, and then it just goes all the way down. So it's very situational, and that's where, like what you say, really good IGLs know how to make the call.
Yeah, and you can imagine like the pressure really on that position there, because one mistake on your call, that means like your whole team gets taken out. Yeah. So you know, but that's the value of having, you know, those kind of players on your team in the end of the day, because those are the guys who help ensure that you're going to be able to grasp that victory, especially the opportunities that come about in these kind of second-to-second sort of like situations.
Yeah, you know, my theory about how an IGL would work within PUBG is that I theorize it as the IGL is playing an RTS game. Like he has control over, like, okay, the other three, they are like his minions that move according to whatever he says, something like that. But of course, a difference with an RTS game is that whatever that you command, they will do. This is like they have to understand what you're telling them. They have to be confident of what you're telling them before they can execute it.
Again, like when you're especially in a competitive FPS game, communication is extremely important. Being able to feed information to your IGL and for your in-game leader to be able to process that information as well, and to be able to provide orders, letting know, okay, you move this way, or like you set position here, timing the queuing, of all these actions. Yeah, to your point, it is very much like an RTS. It's a huge strategic element to everything that the IGL has to do, and in the end, he's the guy who's basically having the full picture of the fight. Not necessarily the people who are going out in front actually getting the kills. So. Nevertheless, though, we are going to be looking at PMA's face cam right here, and these guys, hailing from all the way to Taiwan, a region just like Japan, where there are significant amount of skilled players in PUBG, but they just really haven't seen that translate into success international scene here so far. So I'm glad to see that at least they have an opportunity here to show that they are fully capable of fighting against some of the top teams in other regions here, and that's really glad to see that they're also having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself, right? It is still just game number one. Okay, just going to get the benefit for everybody. It's still game number one, so there's still a lot of opportunity for these teams to collect points over time. And a few things here, right? So it's not about really pushing for the chicken dinner. Sometimes chicken dinner is a bonus, but if you're able to rank in the points however it is okay, and you got 9 more rounds to go. And the second point is that, well, you got 9 more rounds to go. So whatever happened in round number 1, you can still be like, okay, maybe it's a one-off thing, maybe it's a warm-up thing, or maybe it's a wake-up call thing. And once round number 1 is over, okay, round number 2, we gotta get going, because you don't want to leave it until tomorrow and put unnecessary pressure on yourself.
And I think a mark of a really good team, especially at this level of competition, is one that's able to adapt rapidly on the fly. And it's very rare to see this, in the scene in general. But teams, especially ones who have been playing together for a long time, who have like streamlined their communications, who to a certain point, they certainly do kind of think alike. Sometimes they, especially for an IGL, is always kind of like. It's always a good thing to have like minions who are smart enough to make decisions on their own.
Yep.
Although you don't want them to be doing that most of the time. But then again, if your minions think the same way that you do and are able to react accordingly to the situation, that's exactly the kind of team that I feel is always well geared in order to win out fights. Because a team that is rapidly able to take the input, to be able to observe the situation and make the right kind of decisions on what to do, where to move, etc. Certainly going to be a team that will have a lot more advantage compared to another team that just scraps by.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, yes, the IGL can make the call to like, okay, you go here, you go there, you do whatever that you're supposed to when you reach that spot. But as you reach that spot, situations could change, and the IGL might not be prepared for it because it does not have the field of view that the player would have at that particular spot. So, like what you say, right? It is up to that player to kind of decide, like, okay, does he still want to continue on with the plan, or does he want to fall back, or whatever that he wants to do? So, it is yes, in essential. The baseline is that IGL makes a lot of calls, and it is very crucial. But when it reaches a certain stage, then or situation, then it will be really up to the player to be independent on deciding what they can do for themselves and what will be beneficial for the team overall. Because if there are some players who their playstyle is like, okay, they want to go for individual style of kills, but sometimes it's detrimental to the team, because if they overdo it, then the team will lose one player, leaving them to have to play the rest of the round with 3 players. So it has to be there has to be a conscience of like, okay, we're doing this as a team rather than I wanting to do it and get those kills just for myself.
Exactly, and that's exactly the type of mindset you see across all types of sports. Not just PUBG, but even in any kind of team sport. It's the mindset is always be that every decision you make is always for the benefit of the team itself, not the benefit of the individual. So sometimes you can have a team that has like many star players on board, but if they're just out there for themselves and they have no cohesion, no chemistry with each other, it's it's very difficult for them to even win tournaments, much less win fights. So yeah, it's the mindset that the players carry going into these games that are very important. And as your experience as a coach as well, you know how important that psychological element is. In the sport like PUBG, where everything is just really all about these kind of snap decisions. You have to be fully confident in what you're doing at any given moment. So having a strong mental faculty is so important there.
Yeah, and I would like to add on as well, PUBG is a very punishing game.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no way, at least in the current patch, that you can revive, like if you're totally eliminated. So the moment you go out, that's it. You wait for the next X amount of time until the next round, maybe up to half an hour even. So you don't want to be in that current situation where, I get to sit back and watch other people play, but then again, it's not a good feeling because everyone gets to play and you're just sitting there sulking to yourself on whatever happened earlier.
I know. So we're still a little bit delayed in getting our next match up, but rest assured we still will be able to get things up to speed because I believe the teams are already inside the lobby. We're just waiting to be able to make sure everything is tip-top and ready for this next match to go. It's still going to be on Miramar once more, so I think having already seen what these teams have done in the first round here, expecting to see some adaptations to kind of happen here. But speaking of which, are there certain teams you felt could have done things a little bit better from what you saw, what we've seen so far in this first match, or even throughout the group stage so far? Is there anything kind of like stuck out to you in particular?
Well, I think the standouts are easy to point out. It's basically like the teams who are actually qualified onto the next round, honestly. Yeah. But I think some of the teams that could do better. I think I was expecting. I think a lot of people were also expecting that teams like Redsea to do better as well. But so far, round one was okay for them. All right, it wasn't that bad. But the question will be, are they able to maintain consistency? Because that's what we saw in the group stages. It's like, yeah, you can have one good round, one decent round, and then the next round is kind of wonky for them. So I think now it's about trying to get that level of consistency. Because if you can't think about it, the chances to move on to the next round is higher as compared to the group stage. Because group stage, you got 24 teams. Here, you got 16 teams. But the amount of slots onto the next round is the same. It's still going to be 8 slots. So your chances of moving on is going to be 50% as compared to 33% during the group stage. So as long as you're consistent enough, yes, round one they did well. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on because they are an OG team and they do have the potential. Would like to see them move on as well to the grand finals.
Yeah, so we're having a look at SunSister here. Got themselves in quite a few good fights actually throughout the whole week. Even if you look at the group stage as well, they had even gotten a chicken dinner for themselves during the group stage, which is super cathartic for them, given that they're one of 3 Japanese teams who are competing in this regional tournament, and the Japanese region generally being one that's consistently kind of like. Sideline, I think, when you look at stronger regions like Thailand or Vietnam. So hopefully we'll be able to see them a lot more as we jump into our second match now in this last chance qualifier. This flight path looking very similar to what we had in the last round actually. So going from the west to the eastern side, splitting the map completely in half. We still have Redsea jumping out very early on here. It seems like if I see where one call is, I think they should be jumping out somewhere near the middle there, probably headed towards Picado as well. We do see a whole bunch of teams headed towards the Picado, Los Leones kind of direction as well. So looks like it's going to be even spread for a lot of these teams here coming into this next round.
Yeah, and the fact that we saw no early fights in the previous round with a similar flight path, I think that it's probably going to be the same case this time around, that everyone's going to be A-OK during the start. Yeah, we saw one team being eliminated early, but that was not because of like you immediately drop and then you fight. It was like some sort of rotation and scouting, and they decided to take that fight at the end of the day. So I think we can expect the same thing to happen unless something changes. For example, EXO Clan and NGE just right next to each other, but looking at how they are moving right now, they're splitting up. So I guess they're going to call it truce for now.
Definitely going to be much more preferred rather than trying to fight it fist to fist, isn't it? But it seems like they both kind of picked more or less the same complexes they wanted to take control of, then only realized midway down that, oh, NG is also having the same plan as we do. Okay, I guess it's going to be time for plan B then. New Generation has just picked up some good weapons here. Van has already got a Mini 14 in hand, so probably will be able to, probably wants to try to find a nice little scope for himself too. UV seems to be having this whole city for themselves here with the stadium at the same time, so that's going to be plenty of loot for them to try to hoard around, but probably a little bit too little people actually to collect everything.
Yep, El Pozo, such a big town and only one team, but you know, that's their advantage, right? They can loot as much as they want, depending on how far the circle is, and yeah, basically all the loot is there. And sometimes El Pozo can be challenged by another team, so it really depends on the team strategy, but maybe it's because like we are still at match number 2, so we have a lot of matches left to play. Probably some of the teams, or a lot of these teams, don't want to take that risk of really challenging other teams for now. And now we're able to get a good view of the circle. It's going to be a nice, kind circle in the middle of the map.
Yeah, so no water to worry about. It's certainly going to be advantageous here for One Call and AAA because they haven't had to move too much. They can focus a lot more on farming and hopefully be able to keep some teams coming into this way. Redsea decided to take to the northern side. We got Dean all the way onto Alcantara, so they're going to have to make a long distance trip down to the center of the circle in order to do so. One Call in the meantime continuing to farm. PMA is right on the edge of this circle here. Right on the edge of the town, really, and spread out quite a fair bit as well. I don't think we've been having any hot drops quite at this point right now. I think teams are just taking the safer route, as it were. In fact, like EXO and EXO Clan and New Generation were probably the two closest teams to each other. Only now that Van has already gotten an AUG as well as a Mini 14 and decides that it's going to be time to scan around and see whether or not I can spot the members of EXO Clan and hopefully catch them with their pants down.
Ooh, okay. I'll be worried there if I'm caught with my pants down as well. Literally. But anyway, so Chimpy now 1v2, and they seem to know that someone's in this compound. They got the information. They probably saw him on the rooftop.
They might have actually spotted him, or they're just being really cautious right now. The thing that's certain is that Chimpy is holed up on the top of the roof, so may still have an opportunity to drop down and pull away should he need to, but at least from here, he can still more or less see if New Generation is going to be popping around. I think Van might be seeing his Chimpy's head pop on top of the rooftop there, but Hakai and Fab are also, Fab is actually on the move on the back there to maybe try to head off Chimpy should he try to regroup his squad, so they really are putting a lot of pressure on the zone here, making sure that Chimpy's movements are covered, and Chimpy knows that he's being covered from the back as well, so he's realizing that he's going to be surrounded now. Are the rest of EXO Clan going to try to bail him out, or is he going to be left with his devices? He's still going to try to take a shot anyway, but Van is still holding steady, waiting for Chimpy to expose himself, but Fop gets a headshot onto him anyway, so Chimpy is already down.
Well, backup from That Blue was on the way, but anyway, the fight's already over. Too bad Chimpy was caught out. I think he was doing some scouting work. He was like trying to take a vantage point, gathering information for his team. But unfortunately, NGE came in and he wasn't prepared for that. Yes, we can argue that he had an exit point behind, but from our view, we know it's clear. But for him, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, number one, Lambau was already taken on to tree 10 here. It looks like the team number 1 is moving onto the compound that tree 10 is hold in. Novello has already taken on the outside there. Wesker has been knocked down as well. Miao Yu is on top of the roof while Zico goes into the building. Wesker should be finished off now, while Lambau is going to be joining the rest of them. And Virtue will find Goldie as he attempts to get inside the building. Gets a kill as well as a kind, and that will eliminate the whole of tree 10 out in 60th place. The first team to be eliminated in map number 2.
Not only elimination, looks like they wanted to burn the body as well.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, calm down, people. Calm down, people.
It's not about the kill; it's about sending the message, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and plus it happened to be in a graveyard.
Oh
yeah.
No! I mean that's in a morbid one kind of way, convenient, I suppose.
Don't need to transport it out.
Yeah, don't need to move out. You know, can just do it all here, all in one.
But anyway, we see movement here coming in from E36, and look at the teams around them. They're taking a big risk here, cutting across a lot of these teams already securing their own compound.
Yep, Chagrin is going to try to take some shots. I don't think that's going to connect, especially with E36 moving across like that. But who knows? I mean, maybe he still might get a lucky shot. Oh, Smell just smells an opportunity. Only forgets to take him down as soon as he got to the building there. But that's not quite the start that UV was looking for. They already lose Smell right away. EXO Clan rapidly responding to this. Sapao has to hold up in the complex next to just nearby, while J Ken will be joining up with him as well. Looks like they're going to be looking to try to get some revenge here onto EXO Clan.
Unfortunately, he didn't smell that coming.
Oh, nice.
We're going to have a lot of puns with that name.
Oh, we're going to be having puns all for days now. I mean, we got a whole weekend work
yeah.
to try to build on these puns here. But Silky will be joining up with UV as well. EXO Clan will be holed up in the building and no doubt expecting a response to be coming in from UV at any time now. So they're already digging in and camping, waiting for Unicorn Venom to try to take on the position. But it seems like they will set themselves up in the compound right next to them to try to decide whether or not they want to try to take the fight.
Okay, Purple Mood Esports, they're definitely in the mood today. They managed to get like 10 kills without needing a single placement point to place themselves onto page number 1 in game number 1, and essentially the overall chance because it's only game number 1. But Purple Moon Esports, this time around, they seem to be a little bit more chill this time. Probably no big opportunity yet because all the other teams, like what we saw, they're kind of clumped in one area, in one corner of the or one area of the map. So that maybe that's why Purple Moon Esports didn't really have a target to work with.
Teddy actually sees New House up on the hill here. It's going to try to spray as much as it can from the Mini-14 to only ping them out. Oh, and actually spots gas as well on the out of the window. Might actually have landed a couple of hits there onto him. So that's certainly going to be interesting if PMA decides to try to take the fight to EXO here. But so far, it looks like they want to try to keep them at a distance for now, just mostly just spotting their positions and deciding what path to take for this next phase here, because phase 1 is still closing in here. 1.5 minutes before the blue zone reaches its end. So you can see Redsea Esports, who have been holed up on the northern side, are now making the move down south.
Redsea Esports still alive though. I believe they're currently in the circle, but maybe playing by the edge of it. Looks like they're going to play a little bit safer this time around as compared to yesterday. They like to go all the way into the middle of the circle, and that kind of didn't work out for them. I believe it was 2 days ago anyway. But it's nice to have a reset and a shift of strategy. If you tried something that didn't really work, it's always good to realize that and try something else this time around.
Yeah, attack all around set up by Picado here is right next door to where UV is, and looks like they want to try to eliminate any possibility for them to use vehicles in the area, which is a good call on their part. So that means that they were going to be holed up in that complex a lot longer, a lot longer now. Purple Mood taking up on the hilltop here. Thunders has a good view over Picado from this position, so should be able to spot any movements coming from their side. Anyway, Fluky conversely is feeling the pressure coming from Theeerathon FIVE up on the hillside, so he's looking to try to reposition himself actually to try to meet that threat head on. Ho-An is already on the car right now, being spotted by New Generation's Van Ung, but he's not going to be taking any fire onto him. In fact, he just wants to kind of see where exactly New House is going to be moving themselves towards. This next circle here is going to be coming up soon. That moves right onto Picado Power Grid, it says Monte Nuevo, so that actually works out well for the teams we have just hold up here at the moment.
Yeah, and I really like the position of Purple Moon Esports in this current circle because they're on the high ground just on the right side of Power Grid, and that's one of the highest peaks within this circle. Very, very strategic indeed. They can observe teams moving around, they can take shots if they want to, and they can decide on when to go down. They can decide a little bit later when to go down because they're in the circle, obviously. And coming down from a high ground is always easier as compared to like you going up to a high ground instead. So that's a good advantage that Purple Moon Esports has.
And I think there's a lot of options actually for teams that are going to be coming in from the east side. Either they can try to take wrap around the north, which actually will have a lot less resistance compared to try to going into the circle head on, because they'll be likely encountering AAA or One Call who are already or PMA who are already set up inside the vicinity of the circle there. Jankuwov though is keeping an eye out for what I think is going to be team number 1, who is encroaching their compound. J-Dai is already out in front there, most most likely will be encountering them while still in the vehicle here. Looks like he will be falling back to regroup with his Redsea team. FIVE from New Generation is going to be on the way to join up with the rest of the squads inside this circle here. Hakai has already moved ahead here to take this little set of houses there. That should allow them a good base to kind of like decide which direction they want to try to approach this next circle in. Hakai, meantime, just scanning those hills, just taking no chances at all, knowing that certainly some squads find it quite advantageous to be up on this hillside, so definitely need to be able to spot out and see whether or not any snipers might just be lurking up above.
Okay, maybe not the sniper above, but below them there's another team. But anyway, it will not be a big factor for now because all these teams in the circle and we're still at phase 2. Don't expect big crashes unless you're on the outside of the circle and you really want to come in or you're desperate for the kill points, which is, I think, is still early for a lot of these teams. That's why we can see teams trying to evade each other as much as possible. Try not to take unnecessary fights. So we might be seeing a little bit more action as we head on to phase number 4.
Yeah, Tribrit from One Call still gathering here. Gats, I think, has spotted Teddy, tries to take some shots, but hasn't been successful in making them connect until then when he just popped him down less than half. So I think Teddy realizes they're already under fire here, and in fact I think they're a little bit tied up for we're facing another team on the other side there, but EXO Clan is also receiving fire on their part as well, so they're looking to try to at least secure maybe some shots there on the PMA, maybe even a knockdown on their part so they can at least try to rotate out. And speaking of rotations, One Call has taken position inside this ditch right now, overlooking the town here in the middle. That I think that's going to be that might just be Picado right in the middle there. So a couple of squads already in position. Looks like someone is going to be dropping in there on the E pickup here. That might be actually I think that's a crate. Sorry. That's a crate that's actually headed its way down. So far, none of these teams really making any movements until just now when Upchen finds Dan Pablo. Redsea might just be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Redsea. Okay, I think they are somewhere within the circle, but they are kind of busy fighting. Or are they on the outside of the circle?
I think they're outside. I think
they're rotating towards from the left to the north.
Because Gex is now just only entered into the safe zone here, but they're being fired upon by a couple of teams. Redsea decided because of Dan Pablo being taken out, will be taking the long way around through the blue zone, to join up the rest in the safe zone. Savior from Global Xsset, almost spots E36 and tries to get the shot, but they will not be able to knock them down before they will peel away. So Global GX is finally successfully got themselves into the circle now, having forced out E36, preventing them from stopping their tracks here. Now they can consider themselves set up now, but then the circle has already moved on here, so E36 will be joining the rest of them there. Yao Yu has already found Jexy, eliminated him completely now, and Trick and the rest of One Call is going to be coming in to see whether or not they can slip by and just get up onto the hillside here. So Yao Yu is going to continue to try to spray down on the Trick. Actually gets a bit of a ping there, but it isn't going to be successful in knocking them down. Fop in the meantime from NGE has found SST Runax, eliminates him completely, so it seems like his Japanese squad has found themselves in quite a bit of pressure.
Oh, but Purple Moon Esports, the earlier the circle shift towards power grid, so Purple Moon Esports, they still have one of the best positions possible up on this high ground where Thunders is at, and because of his position, he managed to get a knockdown from a far range earlier on. But now we move over to T5, looking over at PMA T5. Rosin, he himself has this high ground. And that shot, almost getting it.
No, that was like a series of shots that just landed there. So Rositet definitely knows how to do the bullet drop for sure, and he's certainly. I mean, again, one of the big star players here for Theeerathon FIVE certainly has his time right now. Team number 1.
No.
Okay, these were the guys who were using E pickup just now. I thought I saw Tohook being sent up to the skies. So number 1 is going to try to use this hot drop on top PLM. They already took down Thunders now, trying to find the rest of them though, but they have lost Virtue on the ground right now. They're still able to get revived, but they still need to stabilize the fight here on top.
We can't think about it, even though you're within the circle, but tactically, if you want to go up to this kind of high grounds and you want to surprise your opponent, you can use the E pickup as well. So I think team number 1, used it really well. That was really smart.
Well, let's see whether or not it'll pay off though. So because they have taken control of this position here, but it still potentially can be sieged upon. Redsea in the meantime looking like they're taking a fight against AAA right now. While Zika is just overwatching them, but Sapao from UV is already spotting them as well on top of the hill. So number one can't quite just keep the sniper fire going onto Redsea. Eventually, we'll have to peel back a little bit here and get their wounds bandaged at the moment. One call is also still on the ground at the other side there where Zigao is. So they're not exactly in a secure spot, and I think the exits are very much cut off for them. So I don't know if they can maneuver or actually go and do any flanking maneuvers actually from their position.
Yeah, it's going to be It's going to be really interesting how they're going to manage this, because coming down from the hill is going to be another challenge. But looks like I was about to say that it won't be necessary if they got the circle, but they don't. And the one that has the circle and still has a power grid high ground, it's going to be Purple Moon Esports, despite them losing one player, but at least they still have one of the best positions in this circle.
Well, they can still actually they still have a path to the circle. There's a complex between the hill and the edge of the circle there that can potentially pull back to, and then it's not being held by any other team right now. But for AAA and Redsea, they're still under pressure here. Virtue trying to finish off that one member, just one member down by the foot of the hill there. Tsumoy is trying to run away on the motorcycle, and Lambao is doing everything he can to stop him in his tracks, but it doesn't seem to connect. He's way too far away in order for him to find a shot there. Number one is still attempting one call away from them. Jedi is finding a kill and an elimination onto Mr. Flank now. So Redsea is already down one. Dean and Papa Zayt is going to try their best to see whether they can peel out of this. They do have an exit path though, but they aren't able to move out because I don't know if they actually have vehicles available for them now.
Yeah, I'm going to add on to the bad news for Redsea. Not only they are on the outside of the circle, they also have AAA just behind them, and if they exit through the back of this city, which is Picado, then it's going to be high ground, and we know who's winning on the high ground. It's going to be Purple Moon Esports.
Yeah, UV now under fire from PMA. Ken is going to have to run very, very hard in order to get into cover now and regroup his team. But PMA has successfully held up Unicorn Venom in this spot here, which is a little bit precarious, but nevertheless still within the safe zone for the next phase here. So they're still going to have to see whether or not they can try to climb up. This is very, very steep though, so I think Pete is not going to be able to make the climb.
Oh,
He's going to get caught behind. Thanadol finds him from a distance there. Good sniping shot there from the player from T5.
Oh, T5 looks like they are on the roll now. They already got themselves 3 kills. Probably going to add Pete into their charts. And now Pete's still yet to be picked up, and he's kind of far away from his teammates, so I doubt that he'll be able to be saved.
Jedi is still here with a frag grenade, eliminates 2 members of EXO Clan right now. Over is still trying to hold his own, but Unicorn Venom's Ken will take him down, taking them out in 14th place there. What a shame for this Australian squad, but the fight is still not quite over because Unicorn Venom is still under pressure from PMA, G36, and Gex are right now locked in a one-on-one battle here on this side of the circle, and with the terrain being as it were right now, there's not enough cover, so Deva and Xki is going to try to flank around the right-hand side. Xavier and Leo are going to be, had already got eliminations onto Sylphia, as well as Yuri. Yuri will be taken out completely. Deva sending grenades, but in the wrong direction though, because Gex is not set up that position instead. Now Leo will be able to watch them come over the hill.
Oh yeah, but pressure is going to be on their opponents, because when the circle closes, they'll be by the edge of the blue. They have 59 seconds to decide what to do next. Papa Zai at the other side looks like he's still alive for Redsea. Managed to get a knockdown, but hasn't secured the kill yet.
Not quite yet. This next circle still within the power grid relatively, but a lot of these teams are still taking scraps on the outside here, and they're not quite done. Leo watching. Oh, he sees the XP calls off. He is not able to respond in time, and he will get taken down. In the meantime, I think Unicorn Venom has just been eliminated off screen. Global Esports Xsset is also been taken out as well, thanks to the efforts there from the team. So now, still 10 teams remain here. SunSister has been taken out in their fight as well. Enter Force 36's Starlord is looking for some vehicles here. The rest of his team has already moved up to try to secure the northern side of the circle. PMA in the meantime still held up here. Rossitet Jr. from T5 is still up on the high ground, as is the rest of T5, who have just been taking pot shots and just being vultures for all the other fights just breaking out around them.
Oh, E36! Oh no, he didn't know what hit him. And Chimoy was there. Chimoy was prepared, and Chimoy defending his ground. The last man for one call.
Yep, he is going to have to camp here really hard now. T5 in the meantime also finding NHE though, and Hasawat has already taken Hoant out of the map here. 9 teams still remaining here. E36 is going to be making a maneuver around the outside of this next circle to see if they can get down south. T5 seems to be regrouping right now to try to join up with the rest of them, their squad inside the compound here. They're still within this next circle though, but just overlooking where the power grid is. But they're also just watching out for these other fights that's still going on around the outside there. PMA still hold up on the outside, should be maneuvering in soon. Purple Blue Esports also on the move here, but PMA spots Rossitan, actually gets a knockdown of him, should be able to eliminate him unless they are not going to be able to connect the shots. I think Rossitan is going to be done. Yes, he is going to be done. So T5 is now down to 3. PMA is still on the move as Snox9 comes over the crest now, seeing if he can spot any hits come out. Dino on the right hand side, but he has to go back off right now because Snox9 will get knocked down. Hasawat takes Tanadol takes down Teddy as well to eliminate the rest of PMA, and they're out in 8th place.
And T5 just with 3 players, but they're able to get 8 kills for now. Looks like number of players is not going to be a big factor for them. But Purple Moon Esports lucky now in a bad position. He's on the lower ground, managed to get a knockdown. But then again, the second one is just too much for him to handle. Purple Moon Esports out at number 7.
So now 5 teams that still remain. Theeerathon FIVE still having 3 strong. They spot the deadly strike coming across from them now. He'll get a shot onto Lucky J, but not enough to get the knockdown here. Pantapong is going to have to watch out too from the other side because another 2 members of Deadly Strike will be coming up the hill too. So Pantapong is going to be repositioning himself to find the other members who might be threatening their position here close to the power grid. This next circle finally takes us out of the power grid itself, which means the attack all around will have to maneuver into the open ground here, while the rest of Theeerathon FIVE, they've already been smartly have taken up the high ground here in this next circle, so it looks like they're in the best position, height-wise.
Ooh, yes, as long as you're at the high ground, you're pretty much good. But of course, you must be able to defend it. Like what you say, continue to be the king of the kill. And at this moment, we can see that Panapong is all alone in the compound, but he's in the circle, so that's okay. We already have phase 6, and we have 5 teams left, meaning that possibly we might see like a slower round for phase 6, but for phase 7, teams will start to fight again.
Yeah, you can see Deadly Strike now, just keeping an eye on that compound just south of them, and that's where Panapong is currently set up in. Tanadol is going to be regrouping with the rest of the squad at the compound now. It seems like they know exactly what the situation is here with regards to the 5 teams that still remain here. One call is also still in the mix, so is E36, who have still 2 members up and ready here, and they're just lurking by the sideline, not really looking to be involved in too much fight still, except that Deva is now inside his Jeep and probably is going to try to get himself close to the compound. Actually drawing a lot of fire from everyone here, from T5 as well as Deadly Strike, and maybe where is he exactly trying to go here? Is he trying to get to the compound? Well, we'll never find out anyway because Lucky J has already knocked him down.
Well, Lucky J is the lucky one. Unfortunately, unlucky for Deva. And he wanted to go to the middle of the circle. I guess he wanted to stay there. So hopefully, he'll definitely get the next phase of the circle and he'll hang on, let other teams fight with each other. But it just didn't work out for him at the end of the day.
Yeah, so we have one compound, which is the part of the power grid still being held by attack all around. Now the blue zone is going to start to crunch onto them now, forcing them out in the open. Simoy from one call as well is within vicinity of AAA, and they finally find him, take him out completely. So that means the 4 teams that still remain are Deadly Strike, Theeerathon FIVE, attack all around, and as well as Enter Force 36. Pantapong almost finds a ping there. Unfortunately, Deadly Strike is also spotted out his position, so it's forcing him to go prone right now, and he's still in a relatively exposed position here, even though he's on top of the roof here. That actually is an open invitation for anyone around him to try to pick him off.
All right, speaking of picking off, I think all these 3 teams. Okay, I'm looking at where is Star-Lord? Okay, Star-Lord is just behind AAA on the right side. So looking at the current situation, there's a possibility that Star-Lord might be needed to make his move, and he knows exactly where AAA is at. So he has the nade there, but he chooses not to toss it just yet. But instead, he prepares a mini 14 for those long-range shots instead.
Yeah, neither team wants to come out in the open. Like, That's a crucial thing. The next circle here is going to determine a lot, and it still forces them indeed to come out into the open. So although they did their very best to hold these compounds here, it seems like now they're going to be forced to try to crawl it out on the outside. So one will hope they will have stocked up a lot on grenades. I can see Attack All Around have like 5 grenades, 7 grenades in their pack. Smoke grenades, I should say. So that's going to become very, very critical at this stage of the circle here, because I don't think there's a lot of vegetation down there. It is low ground anyway. Theeerathon FIVE still potentially could use a little bit of angle to do something here. Star-Lord has just been spotted by Equilucia, so that's going to be E36 taken out. It means that the only 3 teams remain. Thunderdome and Hasawat will be making a move now to bring the vehicles down to the center here. Looks like they want to try to secure this next spot as quickly as they can.
Alright, so it's 4v3v3. Normally, my theory in this kind of situation is that which team makes the first move loses. Because the final team who make the move can actually come in when everybody is wounded just to wrap things up. And at the same time, T5 is still alive. The current #1 team with 9 kills in hand. They'll be looking to break that double-digit barrier again.
Well, the thing is that Attack All Around is wrapping around on the north side while Deadly Strike is moving towards T5's position here. So this is actually working out well for Attack All Around, because now they have already laid out a path of smoke as well, covering their movements. So it's making it hard, make it less likely for Deadly Strike or T5 to actually spot them. But Jason, nevertheless, is still under fire here. Lots of grenades being thrown in the direction of Jankuwolf, who is still attempting to try to get the knockdowns onto T5 here. Equilucia actually finds a member of a T5 right side there. Panapon will be able to take out Jason as well, so they're not exactly going this unscathed. Jankuwolf goes tries to get a headshot, still isn't able to get it so far, but Tanadol has already eliminated a lot of members here from this Deadly Strike here, so it looks like their attempt to try to take on T5 has not worked out well, because Attack All Around moves in at the same time. Looks like we've been eliminated. Oh, and a frag grenade comes in, gets a knockdown of one of the members of AAA. Jankuwolf still gets a kill anyway, but then T5 comes in to mop up the rest and take the chicken dinner.
And it's 2 chicken dinners back to back for T5, ladies and gentlemen. And look at their reactions. Their reactions like, yeah, we got this all the time. We're okay.
I don't know, judging from their faces though, it seems like there was an exciting final chicken dinner from them there, because again they took a complex that's on the high ground there that prevented teams like Enter Force 36 or Deadly Strike from being able to take control of the middle ground, and then you also had Tanadol and Hasawat actually move to take a position there that kind of forced Deadly Strike's hand as well, because it knew that without taking the center of the circle, that could be left in a compromised position with T5 already having one Panapong. I believe he was still in the compound, still able to spot their movements. So that forced Deadly Strike to get into an open confrontation with them, but they probably also didn't realize that Attack All Around was wrapping around rapidly from the northern side, and that became a big factor in that fight, making it hard for, again, Deadly Strike had to fight a war on 2 fronts in that situation there, and it just turned out really bad for them.
Yeah, true enough. They were kind of sandwiched at some point, right? So yeah, it was the best that they could do, but it's all about the timing as well for teams like T5 to kind of move in. But let's look at the highlights from the previous round, and this was one of my favorite moves so far. This is a good offensive move, using the E-pickup to just take over that high ground.
I think they're also lucky there was only one member of PMA really who was there, and with all 3 of them kind of dropping at the same time, that allowed them to get the jump on the PMA quite early on. But I don't think they actually eliminated PMA by the end of it. In fact, I think #1 became very much a run factor by the late game stage here, as other teams around the circle were just getting pickups left, right, and center. In fact, #1 actually, they actually did take out Fluky at the end there, so that did get elimination done nevertheless. But as we look on towards the rest of the circle here, I think it was quite crucial for these teams to still take compounds rather than just open air spaces on the hilltops, because I think just having that as a fallback base, as a fallback plan, is a lot more important really than just having the vantage point, as a sniper even.
Yes, so it's also subjective to your skill set, right? Like
Yeah.
some players, they might be comfortable with the long range, some players are a little bit more comfortable with the short range. So it really, really depends on the scenario as well. But anyway, that was a really, really good round. I felt that in that round we had a lot of variable type of plays, especially with the e-pickup play. I think that was kind of new. Normally, e-pickup is used as a travel tool per se, and then by dropping, it's like, okay, you just hope for the best that no one's in the area. But I'm not sure, was that intentional or deliberate, that they knew that someone's there and then they want to take over that high ground. But either way, it was a good move there to use that e-pickup to go to a prime position that is normally very hard to get if you go on foot.
Yeah, I think I guess like a team like number one probably was also really had not much to lose. Again, you know, they were kind of like struggled a lot during the group stage. Couldn't even get themselves into final fights a lot. So I suppose, and given that the e-pickup as well is a brand new item, I expect they're also trying to get a feel for how can they use this, you know, not just as a defensive tool, but also offensively potentially. Did manage to get a bit of success to take control over the hilltop. We'll see whether or not other teams will be picking up on that kind of strat, but I just still feel that the risk factor of dropping in on parachute while in the middle of a hotly contested zone, I think is a little bit too high to consider it an effective tool for an offensive capability. But nevertheless, I think just from a strategic positional standpoint, certainly is another one of those tools that the team could use.
Yeah, it reminds me of like an army's paratroopers.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you land and then you just shoot whoever there's it, and it will clear out the whole area. So, but anyway, it looked good. Right? Whether it's intentional or not, I guess only the players can tell us.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was a really, really good round as well. So now we're done with Miramar. Yep, we'll be moving to Tego after this, which is one of my favorite maps. But of course, before that, we'll need to review the scores again. But Tego, it's my favorite map for now. I think it's still up for exploration on how teams will maximize the capability of that map. And as far as we've seen the Tegos for the past 3 days, it's like you don't know what to expect. Will there be like in one compound 3 teams drop and duke it out with each other? We don't know yet. But we'll leave that conversation for later. Let's check out the scores for now from that previous round. And I believe that T5 definitely, they're still on top.
I definitely think so. I mean, at least overall score-wise, but certainly with this kill point of 12 here, that's also a very handy result here for T5 to ensure they maintain their top spot right now. We wouldn't necessarily be able to see the overall scoreboard by the end of this. We probably might see it by the end of the day, but I think T5 has done very well to make a case for themselves why they probably would be the team to beat right now on this first day of the Last Chance qualifier, because you know, taking the chicken dinners back to back, that's not an easy feat, especially against teams this competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only competitive, these teams, they are fighting for their lives because it will be elimination by the end of tomorrow. So that's why I think some of these teams that they have it in their mind. So that's why getting the chicken dinner is harder than it looks essentially.
Yeah, I'm still surprised to see that like NGE didn't quite perform well in this round here. They've only managed to secure 2 kills, and that's only enough for 12 plays, just ahead of like Redsea, still behind, or rather just on par with Global Esports Xsset. Their PMA, I'm also surprised that they only got 1 kill point. I thought they at least got 2 or 3 in that fight, but it doesn't seem like they did get some knockdowns, but it didn't look like they were able to translate that into points for themselves, although they did manage to get 1 placement for their own. EXO Clan, at least this is going to be a good round for them, you know, kill wise, because they at least were able to get 4, but nevertheless it's not enough for them if they want to try to keep up with T5 for one, for teams AAA and Deadly Strike as well, you know, having 14 and 10 points respectively, are certainly representing a bit of a competition right now between Thailand and these other regions.
Yeah, I'm just looking over at number 1. I think that they only got like what 2 placement points, but 11 kill points. It's just 1 point below T5, but they shot themselves up to the top 3 finish inside of this round. So again, it just shows that the importance of kill points. If you're able to get placement points, great. But kill points, pretty much they overrode a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, I think maybe to your point, like they expect whatever they're trying to do with that e-pickup or whatever things that are just going towards this strategy of just basically go out and try to kill everybody, that you encounter. So that seems to be paying off right now for number one, who, mind you, had struggled a lot during the group stage and couldn't even get up in the top 16, much less the grand finals. So great to see that it's starting to have a bit of resurgence now. I mean, better late than never, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is literally the last chance qualifier, so last opportunity for number one to just get some points in.
Yeah, mathematically, they have a better chance as compared to the group stage, 50% versus 33. But this time around, looks like we're going to have a look at the overall results, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to the break. So the overall results, I think number one is going to be pretty obvious by now.
Yeah, I want to see who's number two, number three. So it looks like AAA and PLM. Purple Mood getting themselves up in the top three here. So it's an all Thailand top three, actually. I have to mention this here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so with T5, AAA, as well as PLM taking the top spot. Number one from Vietnam is now the best Vietnam team in terms of points right now. The 11 kill points, enough to keep themselves up in the fourth place there. I'm also surprised to see that like Deadly Strike and E36 are not doing too bad either, getting themselves in the 5th and 6th spot respectively here with 11 and 12 points. So it's still relatively close, definitely up in the top three. It's getting quite far. And Theeerathon FIVE again with 2 chicken dinners. It's going to be quite the act to follow for everyone else now.
Yeah, just look at where EXO Clan, I think they have the least care of all this. Like, we just go and shoot whatever that we see in front of us. That's why no placement points so far, but their kill points. 9 kill points, 9 points just out of that. And you can't think about it mathematically, they're only like 1 point behind NEC, which is just by the borderline of the grand final stage bracket. So, and 2 points behind Redsea, 2 points behind E36. So far looking good for EXO Clan. It's just a matter of, again, you need to be super consistent because you're playing for the long run.
Yeah. Again, I mean, yeah, we did say that having a lot more weightage now, obviously the kill point, but I think like EXO Clan also has to think a little bit harder about how they're taking some fights because, if I recall correctly, they were stuck on the first floor where other teams basically ran on top and just overrun them. Nevertheless, that's enough for us talking about Miramar right now. We're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, match number 3 Tego is going to be a go, so make sure you stick around for that. That will happen right after this break, so don't go away.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer Edition. My name is Ricky Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud. We've already witnessed 2 rounds on Miramar so far, so you know what that means. It's going to be up on your favorite map.
Oh yeah, Tego! My goodness, it's going to be great after this because it's a smaller map and we don't really know what teams are going to do because we only played, what, 3 Tego so far? Even that, it's a shuffled group. So now with this new group of teams, we still wouldn't know what they might do.
I know, so this is going to be interesting as well because this is the last chance qualifier. These teams, you know, they had a little bit of experience playing for it, but in this format,
To see how these players really fare somewhere around the ears of Wolsog, Heimosa, that kind of place. I think that'll be pretty fun. If not, Harpo would be pretty nice as well.
yeah, I'm also hoping the circle doesn't end up, you know, being cut in half by the edge of the map. It's what happened yesterday itself. But nevertheless, it's a new day, it's a new opportunity. It's going to be fresh faces all about for some of these teams here. But nevertheless, the chances for them, it's all going to bank upon the decisions they make once they jump out of that plane. So that path is going to be coming from the southeast all the way to the northwest. Not exactly splitting the map in half, but still decent enough because it offers opportunities for the team to decide, do I want to take onto the mainland or do I want to try to take my chances on the island?
Ooh, but look at this. I'm looking over at the minimap, and we got like, what, 3 teams hovering around the same area, so that will be interesting. Where will be their landing spot? T5, of course, they are the team to beat for now, but anyway, it's all about getting the top 8. It doesn't matter whether you're number 1 or not, but T5, they are really, really hard. They got a good amount of kills per round, they got 2 chicken dinners. I mean, there's nothing much more that you can ask for from this team.
I know. I mean, I guess the only thing I ask for, I suppose, is to maintain the lead. I think it's the main thing they're going to be looking forward to today, and you can do that either by kind of like denying some teams like position, but you can also do so, by just hoarding kills with themselves. Ooh. But hot drops coming in here, Purple Mood as well as Positive Mental Attitude dropping in the same zone at the same time. T5 has almost gotten into the counter with Starlo for E36, but that doesn't seem to have come to pass. Really want to see what's going to be happening with this Purple Mood versus PMA fight though. Looks like they're only just really struggling to try to find some weapons. Down to what? First one to get knocked down here doesn't bode too well for PLM right now.
Oh, I mean, Purple Moon Esports, they are a team with a lot of firepower in them. They're up there because of their firepower. If they were to go out at this point, it's going to be tough. But let's see. We know that they can come back here. They have the firepower. And they're going to start off with Thunders, trading it back out to Teddy, and Teddy taking out the game.
Yep, it looks like PLM is going to get slowly but surely wiped from this area here. The palace has a lot of like open ground along with like buildings, so you're never exactly secure, even when you might think you are, because there's a lot of spaces from which all these kind of guys can kind of pop around. I do love sort of like the Korean theme that's going on here. It's a lot different than the type of the resort, for example. That's the first thing to say thing about in Sandhawk. This is a lot more markedly different type of battleground here, and that circle going up to the island. So I guess those teams decide to jump off late are certainly in a huge advantage now. T5 literally right in the middle of the circle now. So I don't know. I'm thinking that they perhaps will be able to defend the lead for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they bought the circle or something. Not sure what happened. What did he do to get that? But anyway, it's their luck for now. But let's see if they can defend it. But at least we're also getting a very different circle this time. It's on that small island. So I'm looking forward to see how this island will be played out.
I wonder how much you have to bribe Sergey in order to be able to make the blue zone come your way, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. I guess lots of drumsticks.
Lots of drumsticks indeed. Yeah. Anyways, Thunder's hiding around on the rocks here while Snox29 seems to have the same idea to try to take the side, but I think Thunder's, he's a little bit lacking in range, so he will spot Snox29.
Oh, nice!
Yes, the drop onto him though, taking him out completely. So that didn't quite work out well for Snox. PMA now down one man here. He's going to be eliminated from the mat, in fact, by Thunders now. So the fight still continues on. PLM having taken control over the northern part of the palace here. An attempt by PMA to flank them just really ended with like one conceded kill.
Well, Purple Moon Esports, they are still showing what sort of firepower they have within them. Despite them losing one player, Tanawa, but they're still able to fend off PMA. And now PMA, they're not interested to take this fight. Well, totally understandable because they don't have the manpower. Pete hoping to get away to safety, grabs a vehicle, but look, he's getting close by. And Pete, one last hit on him and he'll be down.
Oh, he's just running and running and running away. Can't even put him in as much distance as he can from the palace. Looks like he should be home free right now. And actually, he's going to be running to the path straight away of some care packages that we've just found. So now, PMA should be able to peel away. Seems like PLM will have control of the palace after all. And it's going to be good news for the Purple Moon squad.
Oh, and he's going to get 3 care packages if he chooses to stick by, if he chooses to go there. But looks like the answer is nope. Oh, but Hakai, hang on. Wait on a second, Hakai. Hakai? Pete is coming.
Real face, Hakai finishing up the kill as well. So it looks like PMA has just gotten out of the frying pan and into the fire now, because now only one member of them still remain, and that's going to be a very, very lonely few phases for him now.
Imagine how devastated he must have felt after that. I thought he got away, but no. But anyway, now we got
versus 310.
GX. Here we go, 1v1.
Xavier almost thinking about going for the flash, but then Wesker is right on the door. He breaks the door down in order to get the kill straight away. That's a big brain move I've ever seen. Guello is attempting to run in there, but Xavier gets a good spray down, putting him in a lot of pressure as well. Yuri will be able to finish off Guello. Leo has been taken out by Goni in the meantime on the outside, but the two members of 310 has managed to get themselves flanked around the right-hand side. So Upchen has a frag grenade ready to meet any of the attackers decided to come into the compound, but then Kine is going to be taking a slower approach right now, just making sure that the outside of the perimeter is secured here, which doesn't seem to be so because the doorway on the right-hand side is making it hard for them to get the jump onto them. In fact, the door is going to open up by Xavier, and Kine's going to pop right in, and it gets a knockdown onto the member of GX now, and 310 still holds around the outside.
Oh, and Kane is still alive. Kane still needs to win this fight, and it's going to be Kane taking them all out.
Nice one there from 310, literally baiting them to try to come out to fight. I mean, again, the problem was that Yuri had been taken out on the outside, but look who's coming here. A new challenger has appeared on the field, and it's going to Unicorn Venom. They have all 4 members still up, so 310 might just be in a spot of trouble here.
Oh no, Velo got to reset quickly because Sapao and Co. wants to get some of that.
Skull straight onto Vuelo, so he's immediately taken out. Kian and Goni and the last 2 members remaining, but Unicorn Venom rapidly moving into the convenience store. Will take down Goni. Now Sapao is going to come in front, gets a spray.
Bam!
And Kaden will take out 310 Rascal Jesters.
Oh man, 310, just when they wanted to celebrate that win, immediately Unicorn Venom had to come, and that's going to be 4 points for Unicorn Venom. And not only that, they are at the edge of the circle, at the edge of the island, together with the compound. It's going to be a good place for them to defend.
A good place indeed. Right now we're with New House Esports. Looks like Attack All Around has just given them the slip. So Hoan is going to go ahead and keep going towards the prison here to hopefully get some whatever loot was still left behind. I think they, along with number 1, who was also just getting around to the bridge there, looking like might be gatekept by another team here.
Oh!
New House Esports' Joy, who is holed up by the bridge here, finds Neo and will be able to take him out. Virtue 22222 has already been taken out as well. So Lambao is going to try to use the Jeep to try to get out towards near where the water is, rather underneath the bridge. Seems like he's able to give New House Esports a slip, so at least Team 1 has a member still alive.
Oh, but Lambao has to leave his teammate behind. Zico, not too sure where he is, but maybe he had to bail him.
Is he on board there? I can't quite see.
Oh yeah, he's on board.
I'm not sure whether I couldn't quite see inside the car, so I couldn't tell if he's on board. But I would assume that he will want to ride along with Lambao through there. PLM not quite done with this assault here. Looks like they find Ronaldo, who had to jump out to the outside here, almost get the drop on the end, but the Thunder is going to come through the doorway.
Whoa!
Instead, but Ronaldo will catch a stray from the outside there from Bang by NGE, and he will actually be taken out completely here by bots, so that actually didn't work out well. But T5, they just lost one of the most important members on this squad.
Yes, a very important one. He's always the last man to survive for the team. But anyway, well, they got a lot of points by now. If whatever happens to T5 in this round, I don't think it's a big impact to their overall. Exactly.
So PLM definitely will be able to savor this by having full reign to loot this apartment now. So that's certainly going to allow them to get some good health packs and definitely smoke grenades or throwables, whatnot that could potentially use in the final phase here. The rest of Theeerathon FIVE, though, going to be holed up in this little village by the roadside, and that's going to allow them to basically stay out of trouble for the most part. One call in the meantime deciding to make the call to get up on the hill here. Plenty of vegetation because this is pretty much what the Korean landscape of Tego provides for them, and that's going to allow them to cover their movements for most people. Although now we're going to be on with Redsea Esports, who seem to spot EXO Clan doing the same thing on their side of the forest.
Yeah, but Redsea Esports, Papa Sai probably had the outer queue, but he doesn't have a good vision. Like what you said, vegetation here is just lush, so it's hard for him to pinpoint exactly where his opponents are at. EXO Clan, they'll be happy on the other side. I mean, it's a significant gap between them and Redsea, so don't expect Redsea to really chase on.
Yeah, and in fact, like EXO Clan has already, being across the street like that, I don't think it's going to be easy for Redsea to try to get the jump on them anyway. If anything, it's just most likely going to be who's going to get the pick off first. Should they try to get an encounter? Dean, in any case, is going to try to back up Papa Zai should EXO Clan decide to make a move on Redsea themselves, but I don't think they're going to be too interested in that. It seems like Goobert is looking to try to take control over the higher point here, and that's going to probably help them a lot more. But nevertheless, Redsea does still open fire though, so EXO Clan at least knows a squad is lurking nearby, so that might actually change their plan a little bit.
And T5 seems to be heading to another team earlier onto the high ground on the right side. And here we have visual to T5. They're going up against E36. E36 has visual, but T5, without the man advantage, they're not interested in the fight.
Maybe, or just rather they just wrecking around, just seeing what shots it can kind of like draw out from any other teams that hold up inside the forest. And that is going to be one way potentially to scout actually, because by hearing those audio cues, you figuring where these gunshots come from, you have a rough idea of like where some squads might be holed up in. So they're just going to be looking for another complex, I think, to try to hold. And given that's been the pattern for the last two chicken dinners, I think they want to see whether or not they can repeat the same thing here on Tego.
Yeah, so far so good, whatever they're doing, and now they're kind of safe. It's just that unfortunately they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players, but that's okay. At the end of the day, they still got a good amount of points for the 2 rounds that they've played, so it's fine. But we can see that within this circle, this is the first time we're getting this circle in a competitive match. A lot of teams seems to really want to rush in for this forest.
Hasawat and the rest of T5 still on the move though, and looks like it might be bumping into Redsea as SunSister Jr. is pops out of the window there to meet anyone who decides to pick any shots against them. And I think like Redsea definitely will be hearing the engine sounds coming their way as well, so maybe just might be lying in wait for ambush. Attack all around, picks up an E pickup here, and using that to I think get to the coast, which I think I've seen them do that before in the last Tego map here. So let's see whether or not this is going to work out well for them. Last time round, they were caught in the hot seat. So has Papa Paul because he's going to be knocked down here. Redsea already getting the jump on the T5 very early on. This is looking really bad for the Thai squad.
Okay. They could be eliminated by Redsea, but they're still Rosseted. He can still kind of get away, but oh man, look at the minimap. The rest of Redsea is coming in. He might not have an exit route after this.
He may not. In fact, with like Redsea circling around here, they sense the blood and the water right now, and Rosseted is just bleeding out along with the rest of his team. The last, he's just been spotted by Zayed, so now they know they've been locked inside the house here. So Redsea Esports, a fantastic opportunity for them to take out the team that's on top of the leaderboard here. A frag grenade is going to be sent out around here. Can't quite pop into where Rosseted Jr. is, but again, he's watching in the doorway. He sees Mr. Flank and sees Dean. He almost had an opportunity to get a pot shot, but didn't quite take the shot there, unfortunately. And Zai is going to come around and flank the side. Mr. Flank in the meantime sends a frag grenade into the building, does do a little bit damage. Rosseted, who only comes out to be caught out by Dean, and that will be the end of T5's run here on Tego.
Well, that's going to be 3 points for Redsea. Defended their compound, but now they have one call coming in. Jaxi managed to get knocked down to Papa Zai, and with that knockdown, one call could make the call to rush in.
I mean, it's effectively a 2v2, right? Unless they are, unless the revive does come true here from Mr. Fan or Dean, but they're still stuck in their respective parts of the building here. Nevertheless, for this next fight here, the circle still lands on top of them, so they can at least focus right now on trying to get the eliminations done here. One call will be sending whatever's left of the grenades now in order to try to obscure the area. Smoke grenades all abound here from Redsea to try to obscure where exactly Papa Zai is, but Jaxi actually finds a shot from the side there and takes out Papa Zai, so now Redsea is down to these two now, Mr. Flank as well as Dean, as now the rest of one call is joining them with joining them on the top of the hill.
And speaking about joining, E36 wants to join in. They pull out a couple of shots onto Redsea, putting pressure onto them. And now one call's making the call. They're going to come in from the other side of the building, and they want to rush in. They want this compound. They want the points.
Chibirit as well as Simoy now joining Trick as they assault the compound here. There's still plenty of troubles to go. Simoy still has three smoke grenades, a frag as well as a Molotov, so he can certainly afford to spend quite a bit coming onto Redsea here. Dean still holding up, camping by the corner here, waiting for anyone from one call to decide to pop in there. Dean in the meantime is on the outside here, can't quite spot the rest of one call through the smoke at the moment. Mr. Flank still on the other building there. Number one is also joining into the fight here. Dean spots a Chibirin, goes for the spray, but doesn't quite get a knockdown. Now has to run through the smoke now, putting himself in a precarious position here. But one call can't quite spot him yet, so Dean's a little bit safer now, but frag grenades are still coming through to try to flush it out. They flush it out, they did. Chibirin almost gets a drop on him, but Dean down and takes him out completely.
Dean, beautiful from Dean, but he's not out of it just yet. 10 health left for Dean. He needs to reset quickly. Now, tossing out the stun grenade just to buy time for himself. But no! Dean loses the fight, and it's going to be Chimo that takes him out.
Oh, Chibirin actually found his teammate Mr. Flank on the other side, and Jexy was providing a bit of a flanking maneuver as well, joining in with this assault on the compound. So now Redsea has been eliminated here. It seems like that's going to be the pattern here. While other teams are now crowding around this circle here, we're on board with Purple Moon Esports, who seem to have spotted SunSisters just opposite the road from them. Busy looting, I expect. Number one and E36, you know, they were lurking close by to where one call was, but it seems like they may have encountered each other because Sylphia is just scanning the tree line right now, trying to see if he can spot anyone, either Scout or someone else.
Oh.
Frag grenade is going to come his way, but Lambao Wu was just in front of the tree, just in front of him, and then actually gets knocked out of the hit instead. Starlord will be able to come from the back there to keep Lambao Wu under pressure, but unfortunately, he's duck off there with 1% of health left, but Lambao Wu will be caught out with XK1 from the flanking side, and that will be the end of team number one.
Well, E36 managed to win this fight, so they got 2 kills in the bag. E36 at this point, they're currently at number 5, are doing pretty okay, but they could use more points in order to secure their top 8 position. But here we have SST going up against Purple Moon Esports, a team that has a lot of firepower, and if they were to go up against them, it's going to be scary. But anyway, the
On to new House Esports here. It looks like they had gotten the counter with AAA, and unfortunately, Trudoy has to run away and abandon the rest of his team here. It looks like Attack All Around will have control over this northern side right now. No other team's going to be providing resistance from them from here on out, but it's still taking no chances at all. We use the frag grenade to just blow up these cars here to make sure there's no one else hiding behind. One trick will find Trudoy actually, because he just ran straight into the middle of this compound that one call had just taken away from team number one early on, so it looks like that actually turned out bad from bad to worse there from new House Esports.
Ooh, new Generation Esports on the other hand is still on the outside circle. SST is moving onto them, and behind them there's another team coming as well, so they need to be prepared to fight, and fight they will. Hawkeye will be at the forefront. Hawkeye tries to spot out where his opponents are at, but they have the high ground against him.
Yep, Deadly Strikes 3 members. They will find Hawkeye. Should be able to finish him off with no pressure whatsoever because of rest of NGE.
Oh!
Compound, but then Venom actually takes out Mile Rush when he attempts to try to move down. Fob is attempting to try to hold his own as well, but it's under heavy fire coming from Deadly Strikes' area. Damplu is going to be moving out with the car. And Borpos and PLM also
here we go!
And Fob does get a knockdown. The Thunders for the Blue Zone crowds around him now, and that's not going to be enough. He's going to be taken out by Fluky, who comes in from behind.
Oh, Purple Moon Esports, they got a couple of kills there, but they're not out of this just yet. They need to get into the circle. Right now, there's more teams inside of it. How is Fluky going to get out of this? He's still on the outside of the circle, moves slightly away, but that slightly has a road in between him and the circle. It's going to be hard.
One Call is also trying to get in the mix too. Trick is going up in front. He knows that Crazy Boy might be just in that area here, so he sends a frag grenade down that way. He sends another grenade to see whether or not it can flush them out a bit. And again, Deadly Strike is down to that last member there. He's trying to get the revives going for his team now, but with VLM providing some pressure from down below here, and One Call now also getting to the mix here. This is looking like a very dangerous, precarious position here for Deadly Strike. Frag grenades almost catching that last member there. Hopefully we will get on board there, but Trick is going to be running away there. PLM's frag grenades do finally connect on the Crazy Boy, taking him out completely, and Deadly Strike is out in 8th place.
Oh, but PLM, look at this. They're not done yet. They're still ranking in the kills. PLM somehow still survive, but now their next challenge is to get into the circle. SST is waiting right in front of them, and they need to get across the road. And after they get across the road, they have One Call waiting for them.
They have One Call waiting for them, and SST as well, holding the other side. So they have two teams to kind of deal with, and AAA as well is getting to a scrap with EXO Clan. Looks like Gobert is a little bit too low. Imhawk at the moment still providing some pressure onto Purple Moods' side, and looks like one of their K9 is actually caught on the outside and will get eliminated. Imhawk is going to be forced to move away, but Thunder does pour some fire onto him, forcing him to take cover behind the trees. But with the blue zone now up against this side here, Thunder is going to try to surf around it to try to get the beat onto Imhawk. He's going to force the issue.
Whoa!
In the meantime, eliminating AAA as they attempted to try to get the assault there done on EXO Clan. Instead, the tables got turned onto them.
Okay, Purple Moon Esports now only has one more to deal with. Purple Moon Esports, however, doesn't have Flucky with them. I don't think there'll be enough time for them to pick up Flucky. Flucky's just too far away, and the zone is going to put pressure. Chimo, on the other hand, going to put pressure on the PLM as well. PLM now forcing themselves into the zone with the vehicles.
Yep, Simoy right now joining up with Trick as well as Jexy to try to head off EXO Clan, who had just won the victory against AAA there. In the meantime, E36 looking like they're getting taken out by the blue zone there. They were approaching from the southwestern side, and it looks like that didn't quite work out well for them. Imhawk in the meantime still alive, still kicking right now, continue to keep the pressure onto PLM. That's a few good shots there. He gets on the board boats, not enough to get a knockdown yet. He's forced to get all down on the road to get the first aid kit out. But then again, SST, he's the last person standing here. He's attempting to try to finish off PLM, who did quite a number onto them as they get across the street. But will he be able to get the kills done though? Borbos is already getting some other speed.
Wait, what?
Off!
Oh, I'm had from the outside the circle, toss a nade to rule them all. That was kind of heartbreaking, but anyway, Purple Moon Esports still managed to get 10 kills.
10 kills in total. That's a handsome haul here for PMA, because like the only other team that's going to be close to them right now is Unicorn Venom, and so far they're still in the running though, but so there's still an opportunity for them. Perhaps there's still final circle. 4 teams that still remain. Unicorn Venom is one of them. E36, they lost one member to the blue zone, but still have 3 nevertheless. EXO Clan, the Australian squad, also coming in from the north side, while One Call also has 3 members. They have been holed up in the compound so far, and it's still within play, but then they've already moved on to the other side of the circle.
E36, the only full squad within the circle at this moment. Unicorn Venom just making their way in. Same goes for EXO Clan as well, but E36, they're leaving the high ground. They're going down to the compound instead, because the high ground is going to get crowded.
It's going to get very crowded indeed, and the thing is that the edge of the circle is going to be where the battle is going to be for UV and EXO Clan. Gobert and Gats and Chimpy now haven't quite got themselves in a good position, although they are a little bit spread out, so they're able to kind of give a bit of crossfire here to UV, who are just moving up single file line. Gobert now, he has a good position here to spot UV should they make positions, but he's only seeing smoke grenades being popped out on that side, so they know that that's going to be a huge amount of pressure that UV is putting onto them, forcing them now to just back themselves up into the northern side. That might actually run them into a path towards One Call's Jexy, but nevertheless, EXO Clan is trying to buy some time right now, because they need to see where exactly they want to try to maneuver next. And then again, every single decision is going to count.
Oh yes, it's going to count, and plus count is going to be the time. Time is counting down for these teams. Some of them still on the outside of the circle. As we can see here, EXO Clan, we have got 1 player there, but it should be okay for him to get into the circle. He has his friends as a marker. I believe we should see Phase 7 will be really, really interesting, because we got still 4 teams and we got still a lot of players within it.
Yeah, and like EXO Clan, he's still trying to spot out UV here, or rather trying to hold them back from being able to proceed any further. And Goobert is probably going to be in the front line of this right now. Smel's going to try to wrap around the side. There's a vehicle in position there. Perhaps Unicorn Venom might be thinking about going for a rapid reposition around the side of EXO Clan. There's still a little bit of safe zone left because this circle, this blue zone is not going to be coming in for another 40 seconds, but looks like they will not be taking that plan. Instead, they're just going to try to dig in here on the side of the hill, which is not exactly the best position to be in, but nevertheless, the terrain does allow them to avoid any fire that's going to be coming from one call or E36's side.
Yeah, looking at the spread of all these teams, everyone pretty much have their own corner for now, except for UP and EXO Clan, the closest to each other. Trading shots right now are between those two teams. They know the position of everyone. And now Chimpy putting a couple of shots on the side of UV, but no big moves just yet. Everyone's just pulling out warning shots. Everyone's playing this patiently because the next circle is about to reveal itself. But Goober putting pressure to Seymour. Seymour dancing around, but Seymour should be A-okay. He has quite a good distance. And now the circle moves to an open area.
So that means E36 as well has to move out of their compound. One call certainly is in the best position to actually take whichever team that wins out this fight by the hillside here between EXO Clan or UV. Should be able to take them quite handily after they finish off this fight. But that means that for these two squads here, they have to wrap this up right now, because otherwise they're going to be conceding a lot of ground here to both E36 and one call. And the longer they drag this out, the worse off it's going to be. The blue zone grenade going to be set up on the side there, attracting everyone's attention now. And Goobert's still going to be up on top.
What? I'm looking at the ads on the northern side. Look at this. It's blessing one call at this point.
Yeah, it's actually giving them a lot of good, important loot there, so they can afford to just sit back and let UV and EXO Clan just fight it out. A good creep is going to be coming right through by J-Ken. That didn't quite work out as Goober takes him down completely. So Unicorn Venom now still, he tries to set a frag grenade there, does get Goober down to half of his health, but he's also watching out the back because it looks like E36 also wants to get in on the action, becoming a third party on the back of UV here. So it looks like they have to try to take this maneuver onto EXO Clan, but it's looking like it's going to be tough with them to make the maneuver now. With the E36 already giving the pressure here. Sapao getting the knockdown to Goober here. Gas also getting knocked down. EXO Clan looks like they're rapidly falling apart now. Still, he finishes off Goober here. He's going to try to see whether he can spot the last member of EXO Clan, which is going to be Gas right up on the top of the hill, but he does get a health kit. He's going to try to run away and duck out of this fight.
Okay, here we go. It's moving in. Gats can Gats get into the right moment. You'll be meeting up with UV very, very soon. Gets the high guy advantage. He spots one, but on the other side, he didn't see the one on the left, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then at the Traverse 36 entering the fight now. They spot Sylphie, knocks him down. They just have to spot out Smell. Try to finish off Sapao, but it's going to be X-Key who find Smell on the back there. And Ender Force 36 will wrap up this fight here. Although they do have Sylphia knocked down, should be able to get him back up online. One call. I wonder what they managed to find in all those care packages there. And if so, is that going to help in the fight against E36 now?
Well, it's a free resupply. Like what you said, it also depends on what they're going to do next. But looking good so far for one call. But let's see if they can wrap things up. Right now, we can see that Seymour is trying to find his target across. But the trees, the hill, is just blocking his sight.
Blocking his sights indeed, and Ender 436, still have a bit of that dune left. Although the blue zone now is up against their backs here, so the chances are the next maneuver is going to be out in the open, which will be perfect for one call here, as they have a lot of scopes and a lot of good weaponry. The Mark 12, that's definitely going to be from the care package that they picked up there. So Trick is certainly having firepower today. He spots Sylphia up on top, but the foldable shield has actually kept him alive for now. Star-Lord is still keeping an eye out for Simoy, as well as Jexi and One Trick. He may actually spot One Trick through the smoke, but see the pop there. He actually catches Jexi, does get a little bit of a spray down, but Trick is going to be able to take Starlord down instead. Sylphia still up on the top there. He's probably the last one standing here for E36, but one call now is going to be collapsing straight onto the Japanese squad here, but one last pickoff will secure them the chicken dinner, and finally, that's going to be, I think that was one call actually that got the chicken dinner. I don't know why we went to Ender Force's face cam there, but the Indonesian squad was the one who takes it at Tego.
Yeah, so one call. I mean, we did talk about the blessing of the supply crate, right? So it was a blessing at the end of the day. They restocked themselves, they probably got some good weapons, and all they needed to do was just use their skills to wrap up the game, and yeah, everything was given to them.
Again, like I would expect they use a lot of the main thing I wanted to get is the scopes, because again, where one call was positioned was out in the open there. Now granted, E36 had a bit of high ground, but again, the thick vegetation was a huge factor in the visibility here. I think, like even if like E36, even if one call decides to try to assault on the E36, they could still get quite close to them before E36 will be able to respond to that. But I think again, for the most part, one call just had to let Unicorn Venom as well as EXO Clan fight it out on their side. E36 really was just being an opportunist there by taking the backdoor position from UV itself. That's how they managed to get themselves that situation there. But nevertheless, I think one call did the kind of the right thing by just letting the other teams fight.
Yes, just let them fight and they come in later. That's always like the rule of thumb if you want to close things off at the end of the day. So they made the right call there. But looking over the highlights, I think this is a action-packed round, and that's the reason why I really love this map now. It's a smaller map. It forces teams to take fight after fight after fight after fight. And the one I'm most impressed on in terms of taking fights, of course, it's still Purple Moon Esports. Despite them going out somewhere in the middle bracket, but their amount of kills, they managed to get at least 10 kills still.
Yeah, and certainly gives a good case for them to be part of the top 3 for this match alone. So we'll have to see how that turns out for the scoreboard. I mean, the fight they took here against NGE, you know, was slightly, against T5 was slightly interrupted a bit, but nevertheless they did a good elimination there to take out one of the top top players actually right now in this last chance qualifier. But though T5, you know, they had to move out the way, eventually bumping into Redsea, and that ended up being a lot worse for them here, because that's where pretty much the journey ended.
Yeah, Redsea, they managed to defend the compound the first time, but for the second one they failed to defend it. But Dean, with a valiant effort, still managed to secure that one kill point before he went out, so that was the best thing he could do at that point. But anyway, Redsea, so far we can see that they're still in the top 8, and that's where it matters.
And to 436 as well, glad to see them actually become quite a factor, especially towards the end of this phase here. Deadly Strike as well, getting a good jump onto NGE, kind of forced them into a bad position here, which allowed PLM actually to just creep up onto the back and just eliminate the rest of them. Then SS SunSisters here, Tay9, actually I didn't realize that until I saw the kill feed. Tay9 took himself out with his own frag grenade, so I guess that must have been a mishit, and this frag grenade here from Imhawk was the one that finished off PLM. What a shame that would have been, because I think that PLM was kind of on track to get to the final circle and to join that fight.
Yeah, they had a vehicle, they were in the circle, they were kind of okay until that one nade landed. And well, sometimes it's a little bit hard for you to anticipate whether someone's going to toss the nade onto you, right? It's like that one person cooked up the nade nicely, tossing it. By the time the nade lands onto you, you won't have time to react. So that just happened there.
Yeah, well, what an action-packed takeover round that was, as we kind of come to expect now, having played 3 days of this during the group stage here. And I really want to see, like, with Purple Moon having been able to pick up 10 kills, but then they were bowed out quite early on, so I think they really may not have a lot of placement points for their own side. So we'll have to see, nevertheless, once the scoreboard comes up, where exactly they land. But I think this is still a good chance with them, being somewhere in the top 3 for this map. Certainly one call is using this as an opportunity to get a bit of resurgence, you know, because I think out of like a lot of the teams here coming this last chance qualifier, they are the top 4 companies in terms of points by the end of the group stage of the teams that are now in the last chance qualifier, to be fair. So it's good to see that they're at least able to get a chicken dinner on this first day itself. So that, I think, gives a really strong case for why Indonesia needs to be in the grand finals here, doesn't it?
Well, yes, I totally agree. I mean, they play really, really smartly, but it's all about consistency, right? I hope that it's not a one-off thing whereby they got the chicken dinner and then after that we don't really see them. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on the consistency, because it will also be nice in the grand finals if we can have like a diverse amount of countries within the grand finals. So there'll be something for, I'm sure, the respective region fans will be watching, and they want to cheer on for their own countrymen.
Yeah, and just for context as well for everyone here, one call, after 2 matches has been in the 12th place. Let's see how far would they jump after we get to the score line, which should be coming up to your screens right about now. And it is going to be one call, indeed, will be on top. Only 17 points, which is fair enough. Not the best we've seen so far, but enough to keep them ahead of a lot of teams. But look at that, PLM, 3rd place.
Doing it
overall.
again.
Doing it again. 2 placement points, but the 10 kills was more than enough to secure them a spot at the big boys table.
Yeah, doing it again, PLM. Keep an eye on these guys. They're starting to realize that, hey, you know what? We must take fights, we must win fights, and that makes them a scary team. You gotta think about it, because anyone can be eliminated by PLM at this point. But looking over on the other side, we got a couple of teams trying to follow that strategy, like NGE, like Redsea. 4 kill points each, no placement points, still putting them somewhere okay, not that bad. Same goes for 310, 3 kills, no placement points. So I think they're starting to see that, hey, you know what, we might as well try to get those kill points and don't think too much about the placement points.
Yeah, at least think about it when it comes to the final circle, really. But then again, being able to get those few points is going to be crucial, because every single point matters in a long championship. We have still at this point 7 more matches to play, still a lot of points on the table. But you never know; it might even be down to the wire by the time you get to the last match of the day. Can you imagine missing out on the chance of grand finals because of 1 point?
No.
Yeah, so that's why getting every single one is going to be important. But I'm glad to see that one call is going to be able to get themselves up very quite far. So again, like I said before, this match they were in 12th place. Now they're able to get themselves. Where are they right now? Huh. I actually see I think the graphics are a little bit wrong, because I see number 1 being displayed twice here.
Right.
So yeah, apologies for that. For you guys at home, the overall leaderboard has a little bit of a bug right now. So unfortunately, we'll update you guys on the official score later on. Once we are able to get the actual results out. But I think one call has a decent chance of getting themselves in the top 8 anyway, having get a chicken dinner. I just really want to see where Purple Mood as well ends up because of this performance here. And yeah, and E36 as well. They had a fantastic Tego round, low-key, and brilliant sort of third party to the UV versus EXO Clan fight towards the last circle. So I'm also hoping to see that they'll be able to get themselves somewhere in that top 8 too.
Yeah, hope so as well, because they've been putting out good performances, right? And yeah, I mean, I think the race is going to be tight, especially at the teams at the borderline at this point. I think the last time we saw Redsea as well, they were just at the borderline with 15 points, and then number 9 was someone with 14 points. So it could still really swap. And now we only have we're starting to count down the games right now, right? We only have 7 more games to go. Yeah, 7 more games to go in total, including tomorrow. So teams really got to take every point seriously.
Exactly, and to your point about the kill points being a lot more important, I also feel that if you are a team who are really aiming very high, especially if you're a team that wants to be amongst the top 8. It's got to be a lot of things, a lot of placement points as well. They need to prioritize at the same time. So this should be adjusted overall leaderboard now. So yeah, one call has made themselves up into 4th place now off of this Tego chicken dinner. So a fantastic result for them for sure.
Oh, we got 3 teams with 22 points tied in. So interestingly, I'm still impressed with the numbers of PLM. Only 3 placement points. That means 1 placement point per round on average, but they got 24 kill points, surpassing T5, who is the number 1 team.
Exactly. I mean, if only PLM had more placement points, if only they got into the last circle fight near Tego, I think that could have easily overcome AAA there. But nevertheless, they're only 3 points behind their fellow countrymen here. So I think it's perfect opportunity for them actually to continue to suppress everyone else. I'm also glad to see that E36 got themselves up in 5th place here. EXO Clan and Redsea as well, are still on the borderline, I would say, for this to get to the grand final stage. But nevertheless, having 19 and 15 points here should be quite competitive, especially against teams like Deadly Strike as well as number 1 here.
Yeah, Deadly Strike only 40 points and number 1 13 points. See, we gotta think about it. Right? It's 1 point difference up until PMA, and then there's a slight gap, but the gap is not that big anyway. So I would say that there's still a lot of opportunity for these teams to really shuffle around, and teams even on the top 8 right now cannot be comfortable at all. Even, okay, T5, yeah, kind of okay, they can afford to drop a few rounds, but if they drop too many rounds, who knows, a surprise might happen.
But I think the score line is still such that, you know, even getting a chicken dinner in any one of these rounds here for the teams that haven't been able to get up into the top 8 yet, I think given how far that one call was able to jump, I think that still bodes well for their chances, you know, to secure a grand final slot. They just need to try to find themselves that chicken dinner, I think, and also continue to remain consistent in kill points.
Yeah, but what is for sure at this point is that tie dominance.
Oh,
1,
for
2,
sure.
3. And this 1, 2, 3, they come with different strats. Like one has a balance strat, one has a I would say more placement point strats, and one has a all the way kill point strats. And it still works out for them, however they play it. And Thailand, I mean, they're just a country that is dominating the PUBG scene.
Dominating indeed, but then, you know, I'm really curious to see, especially once you get to the grand finals, how this how they will interact with the Vietnamese teams, because I think the Vietnamese squads also had a lot more recent success comparatively to the top teams from Thailand. So I think there's going to be like a heated rivalry between both of those regions coming into that. So nevertheless, though, I think we may be going to we're going to be taking a break basically before we get to Erangel later on. But nevertheless, I think there was still a fantastic round here on Tego.
Yeah, Tego, great round. I wish we could have more rounds of Tego in the future. But anyway, I'm satisfied with the Tego rounds. All the Tego rounds so far in our tournament has been great. And now looking over at our player cap, EXO Clan, a team that I think it surprised a lot of people that they dropped to the LCQ, but they'll be looking to come back strongly.
Yeah, they won the Challenge Rumble, and the thing is that being the only Australian squad, I can imagine a lot of pressure is on them, you know, to as representatives as a whole of Oceania. And with MT being like the only Malaysian player here, you know, they are quite an interesting team actually to talk about when it comes to this tournament here. But I would say that, you know, so far so good for them. They are still in the running in the top 8. I think it's just a matter of being able to maintain that position. That means having to find a lot more good fights, especially against teams like Number One or Deadly Strike, or perhaps even try to steal some of these points away from the other top teams, especially in Thailand, Purple Mood, as well as T5. But these are going to be, this is going to be kind of the challenge for EXO Clan now. You know, they still have another chance in this fight here. Hopefully they don't, hopefully they'll be able to make the full use of it.
I'm not gonna lie, that mustache was luscious.
Oh, the mustache, the hat, the hair coming out from EXO Clan, I guess, like, yeah, that was absolutely glorious.
I'll be waiting for you to reach that, you know, that level of lusciousness.
Oh man, SunSister. In the meantime, a bit of a messy round actually, I would say, for Tego, because while they did win some key fights, you know, it still ended up becoming a bit of a Pyrrhic victory anyway, because they kind of overextended a little bit, but you know, they have made a lot of effort, I think, over this entire over the entire group stage, you know, to improve themselves, and it seems to have started to pay off a bit. But I think other teams are starting to catch up to them as well, which is making the job a little bit hard too.
Yeah, including well, Purple Mood Esports, the highest firepower team that we have so far. But anyway, that's all done and dusted. We are coming back to our classic map, and that's going to be Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start it off from Primorsk up all the way onto the right side of Severny. That will be the flight path. Let's go.
Let's go. EXO Clan jumping off very early. I've always seen them do this, especially on Erangel maps. I wonder if it's simply because they want to be able to take the south point here, or is that legitimately a kind of strategy that they tend to run, especially on these classic maps here? You know, jump out early, try to get some early loot, and continue to farm as you hop from town to town. But looking at who else is also jumping out right now, Deadly Strike has decided to take in towards the school site area. One call has not quite made the call to jump out yet. In fact, it's still holding onto the plane, just I guess like wanting to get themselves as far north as possible. So we can see a huge variance in terms of where these teams decide to start with. So this could be a really interesting Erangel round here, actually, I have to say.
Redsea just passing by one call, so looks like they're just going to like ignore the fact that they saw like Chibirit over there. So Redsea seems to be going towards perhaps the area of, okay, they're going towards the area of Kameshki. So that's going to be one of the edges there.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So the rest of one call actually jumped out quite early. It's just Chibirit who decided to jump out very, very, very late. So there's complete split out in the tree one formation there. I don't know what exactly the plan is. Well, I guess we have to wait and see. Leo spots Thunders and Fluky attempting to try to run away. It looks like they managed to only secure a bike. They don't have any weapons actually. In fact, like the rest of PLM is still left around the outside here. They only just found a complex here to try to farm. And that's going to leave them a little bit high and dry. Ooh, okay, very interesting here. This circle going up to the north side, so that puts Jojo Paul definitely in play, the shooting range as well. But with one call being a little split up like this, I wonder how they're gonna try to meet up in the middle here.
Okay, this kind of circle is it's kind of tricky because you kind of need to make a choice whether you want to be on the upper island or you want to be on the main peninsula, which is the lower so-called island. And if you're there, sometimes it's difficult for you to go across, especially when the circle becomes really, really small. Imagine if it's like the 5th or 6th space on circle, but yet the circle still splits between up and down. That time it will be like you want to get across, like everyone's so close to each other that you won't have room to do that.
It becomes like a bit of a gamble actually, like whether you want to stay on the north side or do you want to stay on the south side, and there's an equal chance that the circle could land either way. So really, you might just be leaving yourself at the in the hands of the gods, by the PUBG gods, I should say, by that point. But nevertheless, I expect that things are still kind of quiet at the moment. I don't think there's going to be there was any hot drops, at least as we saw just now from the map view. So it seems like teams are still going to be able to focus more on that farming run that they're doing right now. And I guess at this stage here, especially in this last chance qualifier, we kind of talked about this off stream, but I think teams are just taking a much more safer sort of route, especially during these early phase here, not trying to go for hyper aggressive sort of like early game plays. It looks like they're mostly trying to conserve a lot of the energy for the end.
Yeah, I think it's also the realization that it is an elimination match for today and tomorrow. So they don't want to make those big moves in case it becomes a big mistake instead. But unless you're PLM, then you probably are a little bit more confident to take those fights. But other than that, we can see that for the 4 matches, except for Tego, because Tego naturally is a smaller map, but for the bigger maps, we can see how conservative these teams have been playing, at least for the start. But that also means that when we reach the 3rd, 4th, or maybe 5th phase, that's where all-out warfare will happen.
SST is making an approach from the paddy field towards the complex where one call is holed up at, comprised of 3 buildings there. Bunch of trees and dunes actually is going to make it hard for them to spot, so I don't know if one call is actually aware that they're being spied upon now by SunSister. Runax has been like feeding information and allowing Tay9 and Venom to try to come up the side, and you got Imhak coming up from the side of the east here. He's actually going to be on approach to the house now, while Tay9 and Venom are going to be flanking the other side. And oh, look at that, they're trying to use the E pickup right now, so it looks like SSC has to move and take the fight here as quickly as they can. Gunshots already fired here. One call realizes they're being spotted now, and decided to try to scramble straight away to try to meet this threat head on.
Okay, one call being surrounded. Where are they going to go from here? I mean, SST has every corner covered. They got the long range, they got the short range. They're just next to them. I mean, one call, man, they have no choice but to just win the fight.
Yeah, they had to cancel the E pickup just now, so looks like they're going to be bogged out here for quite a bit. Venom is already taking control of one building, gets spotted inside a bit of a ping as well, forcing him now to duck around to the bottom here. One call is going to be taking control of this one building here. Runax is still on the outside. A Molotov is going to be sent in there to try to hopefully flush Venom out. Tay9 in the meantime going to be wrapping around to pick up the Jeep as they looking to try to rapidly reposition themselves, or at least secure an insurance here should this fight go south for them.
Okay, so SunSister They have a good view though of the opponent. They know that they're in the compound, but they can't really see. I guess that's where the compound really kind of helped one call. But how long are they going to stay here? They cannot stay here forever. There are a lot of risks here. Okay, other teams could come into this compound and be the third party. That's number one. Number two, they will lose prime positions to other teams rotating into the circle.
And you know, and on a personal level as well, I hate to be the player that basically has to just sit back and wait for the other team to make the move now, which is pretty much the position that one call is at this point, because they can't exactly they can't run away there. They're completely surrounded on all sides by SST. They can't exactly poke their head out too much because that's going to risk them getting pelted by frag grenades or molotovs or even smoke grenades. And SST now, you know, they have a bit of a hard time actually flushing them out because I think they're just running out of like grenades to throw anyway. So they're just kind of stuck waiting, or rather just seeing whether or not they can maneuver around and hopefully bait out some sort of response from one call themselves. But one call, knowing that the situation, the cards are stacked against them, are deciding to just dig in, stay quiet, stay silent, and then wait for SST to make the first move.
Okay, this is a daunting feeling, right? Like you don't know when will they make the first move, like how are they going to do it, what kind of entry points they're going to use. But SunSister, okay, are they leaving this compound? Did they just steal vehicles from one call?
Are they stealing vehicles
Yeah.
from one call? I mean, they are certainly getting some vehicles now, and one call sees,
Yeah.
oh yeah, they literally just peeled away from this. They decided, yeah, it's not going to be worth it to hold up here. I think they also might have spotted EXO Clan, which is just behind where the camera is, because they are also on the move as well. In fact, EXO Clan is also moving in the same direction that the SST is going in as well, so they might actually meet somewhere in the middle. In fact, now the battle has gone from them between them and one call to now EXO Clan. They're going to be getting back in the cars right now to hopefully just cut them off a little bit coming to this next circle. So it's a little bit of a rush now, a race actually, to get themselves to the edge first, and it looks like SST is going to be able to get to the finish line.
Wow, you know what? I think they sold the vehicles for one call. That means now one call does not have vehicles. Oh no, this is bad, this is bad.
Yeah, and EXO Clan, I think they've also just attracted some attention from one call because they're turning around now to spot some people from behind there. Gas is still keeping an eye on SST in the meantime, but it seems like one call is going to have to proceed on foot-ish, unless they manage to secure some other vehicles there. But EXO Clan has decided actually to just hold up here for a little bit, maybe try to regroup or rather reorganize themselves into their vehicles. Looks like the convoy will be on the way now. Xavier from Gex has found himself up on a mountain here. This car is definitely not designed for this level of off-roading, but Xavier is still going to try to do it anyway.
Well, whatever it is, whatever floats his boat, or whatever drives his car, as long as he's happy, it's fine. But speaking about the Gaka Mountain, it's actually a decent place to be in because it's like, again, you get to see like rotations of other teams around that area. Now, it might not be the best because there's a chance that the circle might move away, because right now the Gaka Mountain is just somewhat by the side of the circle. So I have a preference for this kind of circle to be inside of Jogopu because I think it allows better access to the other side in case the circle hard shifts to the other side of the island, and you can still be one of the first ones to swim across.
Yeah. Right now, things are slowing down to a bit of a crawl right now. New House Esports find themselves a nice little house here by the riverbank. The prime real estate, I have to say, because it does overlook some bridges too. Redsea Esports also having a whale of a time going for their farming run. They've been just farming and farming constantly throughout this run, not really getting into any major engagements yet. Looks like one call. Ooh, this circle landing on top of the shooting range now. So that's a little bit more northward bias than I think Gex or even EXO would have liked, but nevertheless, that means that even though they took control over the Gaka Mountain, it's not going to be factoring too much now in this next circle. In fact, with the bridges also becoming a bit of a choke point, that could be a site for some action there instead.
Yeah, so this is where it is going to be a difficult one for those teams on the main peninsula because they need to go through the choke points unless they have a different exit, which is using the emergency pickup. But if they choose to go by ground, they want to drive their vehicle, well, be prepared for teams actually defending the bridges.
Yeah, PMA looks like they use an E pickup to drop themselves right on top of the shooting range. came under fire a little bit. Now they're going to try to pour some fire onto new House Esports, who have switched out from the house to the cars now to cut across and hopefully be able to get to this next circle quickly. In the meantime, the PMA is still going to try to use whatever time they have left to just loot the area they're in right now. Theeerathon FIVE also on the move, getting themselves in the middle of a city there, which is being held by another squad. PMA in the meantime having free reign to just continue looting here. The only thing they have to watch out for is perhaps a squad or two that might be coming across the hill. I do see another squad coming through. Redsea Esports catches NHE here. Long K has been taken down. Should be finished off here by Papa Zayed, and looks like NHE might be getting a little bit more trouble than they bargained for.
Well, it's going to be Redsea getting the kill point, and of course they are currently at the edge of the top 8, so they definitely need the points in the flag there. They'll take it off anybody, so whatever they can get, they'll take it. But so far it's just a rotation. Seems like they chose the upper side of the circle, so they're currently within the circle. I think the next few phases of the circle should be okay for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least now that they found a complex to work out of, so they should be secure. This position relatively. One calls Jexy just got a bit of an encounter now with EXO Clan. It looks like they actually picked up some vehicles themselves, and they're still out in a blue zone. Not a painful blue zone, to be fair, but nevertheless, not a good thing to actually bump into a squad right on the edge there. So one call is going to have to find another approach in. New House Esports still trying to keep Redsea at bay right now, but they also have Theeerathon FIVE coming in the other side. SSC having a pickup and dropping down close to where New Generation Esports is. They try to snipe them down. K9 actually takes a bit of a shot there, but I don't think that's going to be enough to knock them down or stop them even getting that away. Triple A in the meantime looks like he's getting into a counter now with Gex, because Savior has been taken out by a headshot there. So New Generation might have just gotten a drop there.
Oh, look at the amount of teams starting to come in on the shooting range. On the minimap itself, we can see 3 teams, and there's more coming as well as EXO Clan takes the emergency pickup into the circle up onto the northern island. And this is where the emergency pickup is so useful, and you don't need to worry about the choke points. But like what you said before, it's going to be a double-edged sword. Let's see, where are they going to land?
Yeah, let's see where they're going to try to land here. Again, most likely it's going to be by the coast. They know at least, like, you know, this is definitely not going to be any squads by the water. Although Chimpy is going to be backtracking a little bit here, so I think it's going to see whether or not just scout out this complex here. But you got 3 teams here: SunSisters, as well as PMA in the vicinity. 310 in that house just up by the hill there, and that's going to be an open invitation to everyone else to try to pop them off while they get their parachutes popped out. Are they going to be able to get on the ground? Looks like MT has taken a bit of damage, but looks like no knockdowns there for EXO Clan, so they're a little bit safer now.
Oh yeah, it's lucky pick for them, and also lucky for them because the circle happened to be on top of them as well, so they don't need to move for the next missile circle at least. Now we still have one call on the main peninsula, just on the areas of Rascal, still not on the northern island or on the shooting range island just yet, so they still need to make their way, and the choke points is just not helping them.
Yeah, certainly not helping them too much though. SSC has been able to calmly be able to take this place on the outside here and to retain 9 inside the shack, at least overlooking the hill. There's no chance for 310 to provide any surprises for them whatsoever. Looks like Deadly Strike were close by to where New House Esports is. New House has already pulled away from this location here just to leave Deadly Strike to their devices, so no threat of an attack coming here for this squad in particular. I do see that NGE gets caught onto Gats. I think EXO Clan tried to move in onto their position here and just got caught out a bit.
Attack all around. Okay, be prepared to attack all around, literally, as he's been surrounded by NHE. Managed to get the first knockdown, 2 more at the bottom. Can he get the second one at least? Yes, he can. What a nice big shot from Skirt. Amazing gameplay.
Yep, Triple A now getting themselves a nice, decent haul there. As NHE, no doubt, was like, I saw them kind of like using the cars to go around, and that seemed to have caught them in a bad place. PMA has actually caught Imhop and taken them out of the map. New Generation's Hakai is moving in the same vicinity where Redsea Esports is. Papa Zayed has loaded up his teammates into the Jeep, but seems like shots are still coming through. Dana Watt, spawns empty, attempting to try to hide behind a tree. Now he's going to try to regroup with Goobert there, as EXO Clan, who has already lost one member, mind you, are now under fire from yet another team here in the forward Purple Mood.
Well, Purple Mood Esports, so far this round, not really in the mood to find kills. 0 kills for now. Well, unless they want to show up later and just wipe out everyone, we'll need to wait and see. But so far, we're still 15 teams available in this round. And we'll see the next fatal circle in about 10 more seconds. So far, everyone seems to be settled down within the circle. Even like one call from Rosa managed to find their way up onto the shooting range island. They're A-OK for now, but the next circle will determine if they will still be okay. But keep your eye on the top left there.
Yeah, the top left, number one is collapsing onto UV here. I don't think we've seen any knockdowns coming quite yet. Instead, the knockdowns on NGE, who are also fighting on the other side with Redsea here. Purple Mood Esports continue to keep EXO Clan completely suppressed there. Attack all around. Jack Wolf gets knocked down there by a shot from Yuri on the Mini 14. And that's even though they tried to get a jump onto him, looks like Yuri had a little bit of a last laugh.
Ooh, yes, a beautiful one indeed. Let's see if Janku can be picked up there. But now looking at the circle shift, the ones that were fighting on the top left, well, they need to make this fast. Now look at this, the long range coming from Thunders. It does connect, but not enough to take anyone down just yet. At the same time, we can see that Blue together with Tanawan getting kills for himself.
Yeah, I think NGE is sweeping up Redsea, but Papa Zai is still putting up a decent fight right now. But Hakai is coming up behind him, putting a lot of damage to Papa Zai here. He's actually going to catch him up. He takes him out completely from the back, and Redsea is out in 15th place.
That was a tough one there. Yeah. He turned his back. But anyway, his life was like about what 10% health left. So there was nothing much he can do about that. Purple Mood Esports. Now, this could be their first kill if only he can connect those shots, those long-range shots. Not just yet. Speaking about long-range shots, we got Enter Force 36 trying to stop UV from coming in.
MT is at least able to get Fluky down for now. T5 also getting the fight with PMA, no doubt around the shooting range area. But PL and Borbos gets a good frag grenade kill against Chimpy there. So they're also getting the mix, and Borbos gets a shot to knock down MT as well. EXO Clan under a whirl of hurt right now as Goobert attempts to try to head off this assault from PLM. It doesn't seem to be working out too well for him to go as MT gets eliminated and taken out from the map here. Thunder's continuing to keep his support.
Goobert
gets a ping onto him, tries to get a second one, but is not going to be able to get him through the trees until this.
Goobert!
Another turn shot onto Goobert once more, but then finally he will get taken down by Borbos, who was just right by the hillside.
Oh, just in time. The blue zone arrives on the Thunders, and Thunders immediately gets away. Hatsawa will be taken by the zone, and look at the amount of teams on the northern side, just below shooting range. There are like 4 teams just next to each other.
Yeah, PMA were in a fight just now with T5. It looks like Rostetet has already been knocked down, and NGE quickly peeling away from this because realizing they're going to be set on the pawn by other teams here, and the SST is moving up from the south side as well, providing a lot of pressure. They got a knockdown on Hakai as well, so it looks like the NGE has to stand their ground and fight here. Thunderdol out in the blue zone will get eliminated out in 11th place, so Theeerathon FIVE not able to join the rest of them inside this final circle. NGE is still not out of the woods yet. They're still attempting to try to rescue Hakai, but SST continues to keep them under pressure.
Oh, this is such a messy fight right now. You move and you shoot, you move and you shoot. A Faven, can he get one for himself? At the same time, the blue is going to put pressure to on the Faven. Will be knocked down by Venya. Faven will need T9. Can he finish him off instead?
Yes, he will. He will get a knockdown together with the flashbang. So now SST has bought themselves a little bit of time while the rest of NGE will be peeling away from this battle now, cutting away their losses here. So SST, a bit of a tight one there, especially with 2-3 teams moving into the circle there, being pushed by the blue zone, forcing them into that fight. Unicorn Venom in the meantime getting a bit of a counter with number 1. Miou is the only one there right now because his teammate has been eliminated. Smoke grenade allowing him to cover his approach while Sapao is attempting to try try to keep him away from this next safe zone.
Somehow keeping MiYoU at bay, bored them pretty much by the side of the blue. The blue will put pressure to them anytime soon. MiYoU tries to find a good angle, but the smoke is just blocking his side. MiYoU with the barrel in hand. Barrel versus barrel, but then again JCat, he has a high ground against MiYoU. MiYoU still can't find his target just yet. MiYoU needs to move. He has a vehicle, but if he takes his vehicle, he could be shot down. He's going to take that risk into the vehicle.
Yeah, he's going to try to risk it right now, just trying to run because the blue zone is already closing in. JCat goes for the spray, but that forces MiYoU on the outside, and he will get eliminated there. Team number 1 not able to proceed on here. 8 teams are still remaining in this circle.
Oh, there you go. K9 is not done yet. He's getting one for himself. Runex on the other side. Tries to get a good sight on the other target, but not able to do so. Runex right now still on the outside circle. 310, still stopping them from coming in, but the blue is coming from behind. Going to put pressure on the Runex will do it!
SST taking out 2 there from Runex will allow them to overcome 310. So that was a bit of a tight spot, but they still managed to make the most of it. So this next circle still out on the open here. Deadly Strike still on top, trying to gatekeep Unicorn Venom coming in. SST's 2 remaining members will be joining up onto a Jeep now, trying to make their way into this next safe zone. E36's Starlo and Sylvia have not found themselves yet in the battle, but they may actually be able to get an encounter with Deadly Strike. But the thing is, Deadly Strike already has a building to work out with, and that's using that right now to snipe onto the other teams.
And UV now is next team in trouble. They need to get into the zone, but they'll be gatekept by other teams. Need to find a way in or fight their way through. They don't really have a choice right now. They're running in on foot. Sapao together with JCat. Where are they going to go?
They're going to try to wrap around, I think. They're going to try to wrap around this house here, and hopefully they don't attract too much attention with Deadly Strike. But then again, Crazy Boy and Lucky J are just pouring whatever lead they have in their general direction. So UV has to be very careful about which side of the terrain they're going to use for cover against Deadly Strike's building here. E36 is now also moving up this hill here. Might find themselves in a battle with Deadly Strike very soon. But for now, they're also watching the movements coming down for the lower ground side. UV has already got a knockdown here from J-Ken because Lucky J has just found him with the AUG. So now Deadly Strike has a prime opportunity here to eliminate yet another squad.
Unlucky for Sapao and Cole. The circle continues to move away from them. They need to move. Sapao, where is he going to go right now? They know exactly where he is, and Sapao will be taken out by Jason.
Headshot, in fact, there. So that leaves UV out. 5 teams still remaining in the running. Dat Blue right in the center there. But I think he's the only member of NGE still alive. He's still within vicinity of the circle, which now actually is being controlled by E36 somewhat. Although AAA, who have been quiet for the whole time, staying on the south side and out of trouble, are now starting to see whether or not they can extend that control to the road that cuts in between this next circle here. While in the meantime, Sunstrike, Enter Force 36, moving up closer to where Deadly Strike's position is. This is looking like Deadly Strike has a lot of advantage because of the complex they're in right now, as Enter Force 86 running very low in utilities here on Sylphia at least. So I don't know how much fight can they have here, especially against a full stack squad like Deadly Strike.
Ooh, Deadly Strike, it's time to pick their poison. If they move to their left, it's going to be E36. If they move to their right, it's going to be NGE and one call. So where do they want to go right now? They need the information. If only they have sight over the other side of the hill, then they can decide better. But time's on their side. Now looks like Trick is moving, and look who's there.
Yep, see that blue, he's spying on the Trick here, but then Trick, I think, has been hearing all the gunshots coming on the north side, so he's looking to try to join in the fight with on the Deadly Strike here. But Lucky J and Jason are going to be caught out a little bit. Simoy is going to be coming around. That blue is still hiding just in between the two of them and has not been spotted quite yet. But Deadly Strike is the deadlier team, no doubt, especially with this blue zone now crushing in here. That's going to force them out in the open. So one call is taking this opportunity now to get themselves set up to ambush whoever tried to come down into the circle.
Oh, Sylphia spots one out, and Sylphia gets to know that the Crazy Boy by Sylphia being counter fireball by the other side. No, Sylphia's still alive somehow. Lucky G will need to move in quickly, but Sylvia will be able to reset himself. But Lucky G comes in on time, and Lucky G 2 knockdowns back to back. Beautiful coming for Lucky G. Get the one, but no, that is it for Deadly Strike.
Star-Lord coming in with a headshot to allow E36 to continue to get this running here. 3 teams still remaining. 1 call now collapsing onto what used to be this Deadly Strike's position here in order to head off E36. Water is still low, but they still need to try to get there faster though. Drag Grenade is going to be able to knock down Sylvia. So now they just need to deal with Star-Lord here and they should be able to finish off E36.
Oh, at the same time, Triple A, they're waiting for all the commotion to happen before they come in. And now Jaxi, Star-Lord's picking up his teammate. Jaxi's moving in with the Molly. Also, Molly forces them to move. Star-Lord managed to pick up his teammate, but now Star-Lord being shot at 43 health left. Star-Lord needs to retreat. Star-Lord needs to reset. Jaxi is still alive, trying to buy time for his teammates, but Eva will be gunned down. Star-Lord will reset.
Yep, he will be able to reset himself. A teammate is going to be coming in front of him, asking for the revive, but he doesn't exactly have the space to do so. Instead, he's going to try to send some frag grenades down, but 1 call is going to be attracted by that instead and finds him through the brush. So E36 is out in 3rd place here. Now it's come down to the wire. Attack all around as well as 1 call now vying for this next chicken dinner.
Oh, here we go. 4v4. It's going to be a fair fight here, but then again, the circle does favor Triple A a little bit more. While one call, they have the high ground advantage instead. The airdrop drop between these 2 teams. 1 knockdown to lower ground. It's not possible for Triple A to pick up their teammate. There won't be enough time.
It wouldn't be enough time indeed. It's 1 call now. Looks like they're also maneuvering to try to get to that care package. It just drops right in the middle here. And what an interruption it is really for disruption actually for attack all around, because we auto skirt out of the way. They aren't able to flank their way down southward. So just like Jedi is going to be able to get his car down, it's going to attract some shots coming in for 1 call as well. As Shibiri attempts to try to finish off him before auto skirt before he's going to be able to get a revive. But oh yes, he does get the ping just off to the edge of the tree there, so that allows him to take out Ultra Script. Now Jedi is finding himself in trouble because he's out in open here, has a car, and Shibari has him in his sights.
Oh, 1 call looking good so far. They are putting a lot of pressure on the Triple A. They're not allowing them to make their move. They're not allowing them to open up. Instead, 1 call is the team that open up. Look at them opening up the flags. Where is Triple A going to go? They're choking Triple A to the edge of the blue.
Yeah, it's choking them indeed. Trick is going to be getting in the car right now. No doubt to try to continue to flank Triple A right now. Equilucia is going to have to cut off Chipirit, who has already moved up quite far forward. They're going to try to keep the pressure
going. Here we go.
Get the knockdown onto Equilucia instead, though. So Simboy, Jaxi now moving up in front. Jakku 2 off is already down. They just need to find Jedi, who is all by him lonesome at the edge of the circle here. 1 call has this a lot. Simboy goes up in front.
There you go.
Takes the kill. Winner chicken dinner for Indonesia.
Oh, 1 call! 2 chicken dinners back to back! Wow, oh my goodness, this is a great chicken dinner. I mean, just looking at their coordination, the moment they got the first knockdown, they open up and they secure the perimeter, not allowing their opponent to move at all. Triple A had nowhere to go.
Yeah, wow, let's go ahead and have a look at the highlights here, but 1 call, very, very elated right now, because now with the 2 chicken dinners, they're certainly going to be able to bring themselves close to Theeerathon 5 when it comes to this fight here. But man, having a look at the highlights right now, I think like overall, you know, a very slow start to this Erangel round, no doubt because teams are playing it a little bit safe. We saw plenty of maneuvering, plenty of the use of the E pickup here, and I think SST got themselves in a nice prime position here because it's in the middle of 3 different teams here. They managed to catch a little bit of EXO Clan, who also had the same idea, just having to drop off a little bit off to the side in order to avoid the field of fire that's coming off of the shooting range. Attack all around. We're getting this encounter here with NHE. Yeah, this was a nice fight here for them, and a perfect one as well because they secured them nice haul of 4 kill points overall. Purple Moon Esports have been all over the place, really, but nevertheless, having based themselves close to that shooting range area, they've gone and described PMA. This was a fight between NGE and Redsea that happened a little bit off screen, but Redsea was the one who took the brunt of most of it. EXO Clan attempted to get a jump onto Purple Moon, but again, with Thunders being able to provide support from the building and the rest of his squad on the hillside, that was the easy pickings there for Purple Moon Esports.
Yeah, but overall, phase 4 onwards, we can see that it's really, really messy. A lot of teams are really close to each other, and so happened that those number of teams had to fight against the circle that kept moving away from them. That's why we saw a lot of action. Like Mioyo tried to get away with his vehicle, but J-Cam was ready. The moment he hopped into the vehicle, he knows he cannot shoot back, so that's where he just goes out, all out spraying onto him, and he managed to secure that kill. So that was a good one there as well. And Sylphia, my oh my, that one last stick lasted him for quite a while.
Lasted him for quite a while, but Ender 476 was under a lot of pressure here from Deadly Strike, who have taken control over the north quite effectively by having the high ground here. And even though Ender 476 tried to keep them under pressure, Deadly Strike, managed to secure a compound for themselves, which meant they still had a fallback plan anyway, which actually emboldened them for the fight. And then one call, just perfectly dissected AAA here. It was an attempt by AAA side to try to flank them, but that completely put J-Die out of position and unfortunately caused a little bit of their downfall, basically, by the final circle.
Yep, and what a good coordination. We saw great coordination. We saw great individual gunfights as well. I mean, Erangel, that's why it's the OG map. All these players, they know how to play this map like the back of their hand. That's why they're playing it to their best. And we saw a lot of great gameplays within it.
Oh yeah, certainly. And with like another Erangel round to go, it's still not quite done. I think for these teams here, they're still continuing, they will still be able to continue to use a lot of information here going to this next round, and that being the last match of the day here. I mean, one call already securing 2 chicken dinners, I think, and Theeerathon actually having a bit of an underperformance since Tego. I think they're going to be raring to see whether or not they can try to secure another chicken dinner here on Erangel, or maybe their strongest map is Miramar. Just saying. Maybe, but they still managed to collect a good amount of points there to secure their place at least in the top 8 for now, right? I think the scarier ones would be those teams at the borderline of the top 8. Like, how are they faring? Because I think that there will be a lot of change there, considering that Redsea in this round was not a spectacular round for them. That's the thing.
So, because they were at the borderline.
Yeah, so again, when you're at that borderline, it's either you go broke, either you go for broke or you go home, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's really a really tough situation to be in for sure. But again, with limited number of rounds to play for here in this last chance qualifier, you cannot afford even minor mistakes. Just putting yourself either in a bad position like what Attack All Around did in that final circle, or just kind of like making an open invitation for a lot of other teams to just basically gank onto you instead. So you always want to be able to have a fallback plan. You always want to be able to get the first pick off really against any other team when you fight. Here is the leaderboard right now for match number 4. One call, of course, taking the top spot right now with that chicken dinner and 11 kills for themselves, which is the most out of everyone here. AAA E36 as well as NGE, not too bad in this round here, earning 7 kills here, so allowing them to be 13, 12, and 10 points respectively.
And this is the first time we see T5 and Purple Moon Esports on page number 2 in a match leaderboard. Only 3 points each, and they so happen to come from kill points. But anyway, it's still points, and I think these two teams, so far, they can afford to lose a few points. They're fine.
Yeah, but it's just, Theeerathon FIVE as well were also this low when it came to the previous match itself on Tego. So again, like a bit concerning here, but given that they still had a huge lead here, I think they're still more or less secure in that top 8. Perhaps like it's perhaps like other teams now are starting to catch up to them somewhat. But with one call already getting themselves back-to-back here, I'm certain that T5 will be looking that a little bit nervously right now. Hopefully they'll be able to come back a lot stronger in the next Erangel round here. I'm also very surprised to see that Redsea and number 1 also underperformed massively here, even because they were still involved in a few fights, but I think Redsea themselves got completely wiped though in that counter. So we'll see how they're going to try to continue on, because as of right now, Redsea has been pushed off of the top 8 here. EXO Clan also on that borderline a little bit. Deadly Strike has been able to upgrade themselves into a first class ticket here. So has Unicorn Venom as well. So joining still up, the one call has already reduced that gap between themselves and T5 down to 3 points. So like I said, if I was in T5's position, I would be a little bit worried.
Okay, now that we get to look at the overall, it does make sense as well. But if you, again, the number that interests me is that Purple Moon Esports, they are in the Grand Final stage bracket, but only 3 placement points. That is less than 1 point per round at this point. 27 kills. It is still the highest among everyone.
I mean, EXO Clan also has like a similar sort of ratio going on, 4 placement points to 15 kill points. Now, it's still going to be on that borderline, but you know, the vast majority of other teams are still quite consistent in collecting both kill points as well as placement points as well. But for the most part, these are teams that were very much involved in late game fights, very much able to survive through the typically very chaotic mid phase. So I think it's more about being able to survive that middle portion of the map is a lot more important should they still want to be able to keep up with the top 8 teams.
But you know who has to keep up? There's a break time for us, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be taking a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you for the last game of today in Erangel after this break.
Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We are on day 1 of the last chance qualifier, and this is unfortunately now the last match of the day, though. So if you come in a little bit, if you just came in here, you're a little bit late to the party, but nevertheless, better late than never, isn't it?
Yeah, you've been missing a lot of action, you know. But anyway, yeah, we still got tomorrow for the last chance qualifier. So it's not all doom and gloom for those of you who just joined us, and also for the teams, because there's still 5 more games to go. It is 6, including the next match.
Indeed, it is. So before the break, we managed to have a look at the overall leaderboard, where it seems like one call having taken back-to-back chicken dinner rounds, both in Tego as well as and Erangel as well, has actually closed the gap between themselves and Theeerathon FIVE. So the two of them are right now vying for the top spot. But in the meantime, for everyone else involved, I mean, again, huge, massive performances from team like Attack All Around, being able to get out of 3rd place. Enter Force 36 managed to boost themselves up a couple of places now, so they are currently sitting in 4th overall. Then you got, but then you look at the further down there, you got Redsea Esports dropped out of that top 8 for now. EXO Clan also a little bit on that borderline. Deadly Strike actually had a brilliant run in that last Erangel round, so they're now up in the top 8 as well, to be able to mix it up with the rest here. And you know, with this final Erangel match going to be coming up soon here, I think there's going to be a lot of things to keep track of, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot, because we're still at the first 5 games, so a lot of shuffling will happen. Maybe some of the teams up there would have sealed it in the top 8 by the end of today at least, but because of like the past 2 games, some of the top teams start to drop a little bit. Well, the position could be in
taking flight now in our final match of today here. The path is going to be taken from northwest all the way to southeast, so that will cut towards Koznovka Island, but it also offers plenty of opportunities for teams to jump out early to take control over the northern side of this map here. But what do you think? Would you rather take the jump early? Would you rather take it a little bit late? Or would you just be right around the middle where it's just nice?
Well, my favorite drop spot is school, like personally. So I would jump to somewhere in the middle, and with this kind of flat path, you can reach onto school directly. So yeah, I have a liking for that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see like the decision why to want to do so, because you know you're going to be in the most maneuverable position to get to wherever side of the map that the circle decides to spawn. But then again, like some teams, you know, they knowing that you know, the center tends to be a lot hotter compared to the edges, will try to use the coastline actually as a way to prevent themselves from getting backdoored, especially during the early phase where it comes to doing farms, or you know, the only kind of encounters you usually get during the first phase anyway will be hot drops. So you know, by taking quite early to the coast as well, not only you maximize your potential to be able to grab some loot early on, but you also get a much better much better view of what happens around your immediate vicinity. Whereas like even in the center, you know, you could basically have like enemies coming from any direction whatsoever, and you're kind of not in control in that situation. But speaking of control, though, circle going down the northern side here, so mostly it's going to be still around Yasuna Poliana. You still also have the shooting range also in play here, so maybe it might be a repeat again of what happened last circle. But nevertheless, you know, school is also in that mix, and you always see 310 Rascal Jester is already there taking position.
Yeah, it kind of has the previous round sort of feel, sort of circle. It's just that this time it's like a little bit towards the right side. So the same theory applies. Whether you want to, you kind of like need to gamble whether you want to be on the shooting range part of the circle or you want to be on the raw sort part of the circle, and that really depends like how far the circle would go as well. If it's like 50-50 towards the fourth or fifth stage of circle, then it's going to be really, really tough. But if it's like, oh, by phase 2, then you can kind of see obviously the circle will go towards one side, then you're still okay.
There's still a fair amount of like water involved in this circle here, I think, especially given the top of the lake, or the lake that the river flows out to. But I think at the same time, you know, with the spawns for the circles having been standardized now under the super rules, the 4th phase as well as the 8th phase, if I recall correctly, are the ones where the circle is definitely going to be landing on land instead of water. So that increases the odds that, or rather decreases the probability of a circle ending up becoming like majority water instead. So hopefully that doesn't, you know what I mean, thankfully because of these new rules, that wouldn't come to pass anymore.
Yeah, true enough. That's why we saw a lot of emergency pickers being used as well earlier on. So that's how they kind of manage it in the current meta, and we don't see as many choke point roadblocks anymore as before, because yeah, I mean, the moment they know that they are at a disadvantage in terms of like being caught out in the choke point, they'll just pop out the emergency picker and they go. So it's a great item to have, to keep and use it at the right moment, like not like from the start.
Indeed it is. And we've seen, like you said, we've seen plenty of that E-pickup being used, you know, both offensively and also just for repositioning's sake here. EXO Clan going to be taking control of the factory area here. Seems like they will have a decent time to farm here. Again, they're the team that's currently sitting in 8th place right now. Not the most secure spot to be in, and most of those points they managed to rack up is mostly from kills, actually. It's kind of like a similar kind of story when you look at Purple Moon Esports, right? Where like, they have prioritized a lot of those kill points. It seems to have been enough to keep them somewhere in the top 8, at least for the start of the day. But I think as time goes on, you know, the teams have been a lot more consistent in getting to the final phase of the game, and thus be able to haul a lot more placement points. I think we're starting to see that the strategy kind of working against them now, because either they have to continue to be still this aggressive in getting kills, or perhaps this might be time for them to start to strategize a little bit more about how to survive the middle phase of this game and make sure they have a path towards the late game circle.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I think, is that a blown up vehicle? That's pretty early. All right, restricting their own mobility, or maybe it's not a vehicle that they want to use. And sometimes that's a strategy, you know. So there could be this strategy whereby, okay, while you travel, you blow up vehicles on your way, so that you cut the mobility out of other teams. But if there's just too much bullets to expand, then you can just puncture the back tires, and it works in the same concept as well.
I mean, that's a fair point as well, because, you know, under the new rule set, vehicle spawns are a lot more like consistent now. They will be definitely at very specific points on the map, and will always spawn the same type of vehicles. So perhaps that's like it makes me think of like the World War II strategy. Oh my god!
Wow.
Speaking of war, actually, a war is just broken out. It's XT1 finds me some flying finishes off very quickly. Redsea Esports were still on the move that time, so they're not going to be able to respond to this at all. Oh, very unfortunate there for the Malaysian squad.
It's going to be Mr. Flank again. Man, I remember watching him in the last PUBG tournament that I casted as well, and he was an amazing player. He was pretty much like a clutch god level. Like, he would be able to take on 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 during that moment. But it's just unfortunate that in this tournament so far we don't get to see the best of him.
Looks like Papa Zayed might be in a little bit of a hot seat as well. It smells an opportunity to try to pop things off here onto Redsea, but Zayed is able to give him the slip though, so no knockdowns this time around. The M16A4, to be fair, doesn't have a lot of armor penetration though. Papa Zayed seems to have his tire popped off though, so it did have a bit of effect, but not enough to stop this Big Daddy though.
Yeah, at least it's the front tire. So
Yeah.
the crucial one is the back tire. The back tire gets popped up, that's it. You might as well abandon the vehicle. So he's kind of lucky that it was the front tire. But there's going to be the tricky one right now. So he needs to find somewhere to reset. But it looks like his teammates decide to just crash in.
Yeah, they're going to crash it straight away. Unicorn Venom is. Babazai comes out top. Unfortunately, he gets knocked down immediately. Both of them get taken out right from the get-go here. And the last kill at the time, Pablo finishes off Redsea Esports. They tried to take a fight here, but it seems like they're bitten off a lot more than can chew.
Okay. I mean, that crash was a little bit concerning, I must say, because they knew that they don't have Mr. Plank, so they were already at a disadvantage the moment they crash in, and I don't know, it's just heartbreaking because they looked like they had some hope to be in the top 8 during the start of the day, but as the day tends to close off, it seems like their performance as well.
Yeah, I mean, just dropping like a stone, actually, when you look at a leaderboard perspective. So, a sad day, really, for Redsea Esports. They will be bowing out for now. Hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of them tomorrow. EXO Clan, having found an E-pickup, has got themselves from the island now down to the ground, hoping to try to get themselves up in the northern side here. Might actually land themselves close to where T5, as I see Danadol on the mini-map there. So, again, it's always a double-edged sword, like I said, with this E-pickup. You know, either you're going to be jumping into the fire, or perhaps you'll be able to reposition yourself in a much better place compared to before. But nevertheless, Goobert lands on top of a jeep, picks it up immediately, and just turns tails and run, while Hatsawat comes under fire from Empty, who is able to spot them from inside the building.
Well, Hatsawat immediately retreats back to safety. Luckily he wasn't knocked down. If not, it would take a little bit more work for his teammates to pick him up. But anyway, T5 right now, yes, they are at the top of the leaderboard, but they got to be careful, like, because there's still enough games for them to be caught onto, so they cannot be complacent with where they are.
Indeed, they can't. EXO Clan, though, they have managed to secure a building here, so at least they have a base now, should they decide to try to continue to receive fire from Theeerathon FIVE. But it seems like Theeerathon is also a bit on the move. I see Hawat already getting himself on a car, attack all around on a convoy as well, moving up into the island now. So they just joined in with the rest of the squad on this northern side, just follow along where this river is flowing at the moment. Jankuov just scanning around the side, I suppose. I don't know if they actually have picked up any strays on their side here. Equilucia is going to just pop up a little bit here. I'm not sure exactly towards whom, though. Can't quite see anyone on distance there. There's certainly Purple Mood being on the other side, though, so that's something they have to watch out for sure.
PMA, gotta watch out as well, because like what you always said, is a double-edged sword depending on where they land. So far, based on the minimap, okay, we can see that there's one team, but we're unsure yet where they drop. Okay, they're almost reaching the edge of the map, so looks like they could drop around the area where UV is at.
Oh no, and again, you know, you got PMA, you got Purple Mood over there. Oh, sorry, that's number 1 sitting over there, and you also got Tanawat and Hasawat and the rest of Theeerathon FIVE in the vicinity as well. UV is a little bit spread out, which could be well done for them if the circle lands on top. But could be potentially trouble if the circle starts to go away from them. PMA under fire right now, coming from the opposite side. I think that's going to be from UV's end, though, because I see a couple of members of them still on the view here for the drone cam. SST as well, moving up in a position where NGE is set up in back. Probably felt a lot of that pressure, decided he's going to get the heck out of dodge and gives them a slip.
Oh yeah, definitely not interested to take that 1v4 fight, so you just let it go for now, and yeah, I think that's the right move to do. And at the same time, his timing was just on point there. It happened just before SST happened to arrive at the hilltop, so that was a-okay. He'll survive for now.
Yeah, they'll certainly, as long as they keep out of trouble, that's the most important thing right now. But expecting this middle phase to again be very chaotic, or rather it has potential to be extremely chaotic, as we've seen over the last few days here. Area 310 has already spotted Deadly Strike off in the distance there, but don't really have the range, I think, to catch them, even though an SKS is in the hand of Wello. They're still attempting to ping onto them, but Deadly Strike is under pressure from another squad just to the north of them, and that's actually tying up they're focused right now.
Ooh, Trick now just playing, just scouting out his opponent. But okay, this ledge is going to be pretty tricky because of how rough the terrain is. But looks like Jaxi is just going to crash in. He's going to go past by. Shots fired to Jaxi. Jaxi, 50% of health, still survives. But no, not for long.
Not for long until Hakai gets the last laugh there. So he's going to be on the ground and oh, that's just savage there from Hakai. Just not only got a knockdown, but just eliminates him by running him over. No prisoners taken in this game for sure.
Yeah, splat there. And now, with that signal, it's going to be hard for them to get across because now they know that, okay, there's a lot of people right in front of them. They have no choice but to just win the fight head on.
Okay, so it was number one that was keeping SST under siege here, but Feven is already up in front, so is Imhawk as well. Runex is actually caught on the outside, so Tay9 is going to try to go for the revive. Imhawk got caught around the side as well, so Feven is going to be a little bit alone on this approach in front. In fact, he's going to be knocked down as well as EXO Chimpy actually picks them off from a distance there, so a bit of a third-party situation, and oh no! Tay9 getting picked off as well while he was going for the revive, so SST gets stopped before they could even make any maneuvers there, and Cats probably just laughing all the way to the kill point bank.
Wow, this is arguably the fastest round so far. I mean, like, teams are dropping out like flies. We lost 2 teams and we're only on phase number 2. And team number 1 winning that fight, but only 1 kill that they managed to get. I believe it was a long range coming in from their opponent that actually stole it away.
Yeah, so EXO Clan, for now, this next circle is going to be closing in. UV still hold up in their positions here. Lucky for them, that circle still lands on top, so they can still afford to hold their own. The problem is that other teams are already racking up kill points around them pretty much, so they may be itching for a little bit of action. And speaking of action, PLM getting gate kept a little bit by AAA because most of their squad is still on the other side of the river here. So hopefully they're looking, in order for them to get past, they still need to try to take the fight to AAA first. In order to do so, Deadly Strike repositioning themselves, getting into a firefight right now with Gex. It looks like one of the members is down. Lucky J is going to go ahead and try to get a revive here, closing all the doors, all the windows, making sure there's no chance for Gex to send some grenades through. So I think Siet Jason should be back up to speed.
Yeah, lucky for him. Lucky G is just around the corner to pick him up. So now they can reset. And since both teams are within the circle, I don't think there's any big reason for GEX to really crash into this compound. It's more of like just warning shots to tell them that, hey, we're in front of you, there's someone there, so don't try anything funny.
Yeah, don't try anything funny indeed. Because, like, again, one simple mistake here in this last chance and you're done, really. You know, you cannot afford to be taken out too early on here because the last phase of these fights are usually where you're going to be able to get those placement points, since they still can be so important in differentiating, you know, the men from the boys, as it were. Now, number 1, PMA, EXO Clan, and T5 now crowding around this top side of the circle, and it's looking like a town that's not big enough to hold all of them at once for sure. So I think a little bit of a culling might be in play for here. Looks like an E-Pika is being used by a team as well to try to position themselves over the circle, perhaps more towards the northern side, as it were. That blue from NG in the meantime, not really under pressure right now. It looks like it was one call that was using that E-Pickup now. They're going to be dropping themselves straight into the middle of this fire, on the middle of this 2 squads here, but do find themselves a shack to at least work out of.
Yeah, the moment they land, okay, they're being shot at from multiple areas. Just look at this. All of them in this small shack. They have nowhere else to go. The moment they step out, multiple angles can shoot them.
I mean, it's a room that's big enough for a tea party, actually.
Well, oh yeah, true.
But I don't know if they brought the hot water or the kettle, though. They certainly got plenty of guns, so I guess they're definitely well equipped for that, for sure.
Well, they can try to warm up the water with gunpowder. That's the best bet right now.
Like, is that even efficient, though? I mean, how much gunpowder do you need to boil water?
I've never boiled water with gunpowder before, so I don't know.
We're probably going to ask someone with experience with that, though. But yeah, nevertheless, they're going to be held up in that shack for quite a bit. A new generation spotting over the hills there. Looks like PLM's Thunder, Fluky, Borbos, and Thunder Watt managed to get across the hill there. Across the river. So now, having to be able to bypass AAA, this next circle still lands on top of where UV is. Wow, these guys have really found themselves in a good spot. Unicorn Venom now using this opportunity to get some shots on the T5 as they attempted to try to get a bit of a maneuver to try to head them off in his next circle. They also are spying upon the shack that one call was holed up in as well. So Unicorn Venom now, they have the prime spot, been in the position really to try to keep control of this circle for the last few phases. But I think now it's going to be high time for them to regroup a little bit because there's a lot of targets coming out on ground here that they can even cover.
Well, you mentioned about how lucky UV is. It does look like there's a chance that the next circle might not favor them, so they need to plan ahead right now where they want to go, how they're going to manage it, because there's so many teams inside the circle thanks to the emergency pickup item. And look at this, more teams are coming into the circle. Unicorn Venom tries to get another one, but not able to get knocked down to number one.
Not able to get knocked down, also they will be able to slip on by. PMA is also moving in onto Unicorn Venom's position here, but number one tries to collapse onto Theeerathon FIVE here, so it looks like they are under siege as well. And in fact, they are also getting hit upon by one call as well. So it's a bit of a three-way fight here. Theeerathon FIVE attempting to use this opportunity here to get some pot shots in, but it seems like they're not able to wipe out most of them. T5 now down to 2 people, which is Thunderdog and Pantapong right now, so they're not exactly looking in the best of health here, but one call in the meantime, also having lost 2 members as well, are also in the same kind of quandary that T5 is in.
Here we go. Oh, look at this. We got like a siege down here onto UV. Finally, UV is really being challenged, but this time by PMA.
Yeah, Sapawo is already down. We already have Teddy setting up, trying to get a frag grenade in. Chimpy in the meantime picking up one on the Deva, and then Gex also getting a good frag grenade on the PLM, so PLM might be a bit of trouble there, getting into a counter right at this point. And Unicorn Venom still hold up inside the warehouse here, but PMA is surrounded them on all sides. Smell sends out a smoke grenade. He still has a couple more in his pack with 2 frag grenades as well, but he gets a spray there. A Molotov's going to force him to move out of position, but Teddy takes a little bit too much damage, has to pull back. Snops is trying to get some shots through the window right now to flush out this last member, but still, he is not going to be budging anytime soon.
They're finding it difficult to get just that one guy. Oh my goodness, it looks almost like Smell is just like a Rambo at this point, but now they're rushing in, they're trying to find their target, they're looking around, but they can't seem to find where he is.
No, Sylphie and the other 2 members, the other remaining 2 members of UV actually pulled away while they were doing that. I think J-Ken was the only one who managed to survive that fight there, so he's the sole remaining member of UV, has to surf around the blue zone. PMA is taking control over the warehouse now and still has their full stack, so I would say that was a good fight for them.
Yeah, that is a good fight, and it was a clean one because they didn't lose anyone at all.
Yep,
but
EXO.
Yeah, okay. Oh wow, look at the amount of teams here.
Yep, NGE and Deadly Strike moving in onto each other at the same time, forcing them to bring out the frag grenades. Goni able to get onto E36. It looks like they lost 2 members there. E36 has Hakai with a double frag there, will be able to take down 2 members of Deadly Strike. This is looking bad for DEST because right now they need to get a return fire. They do find one in the form of that blue taking some shots as well, and the frag grenade is already down to less than half his health. Another frag grenade is when he headed his way. NGE still has Hakai on the back line there, but he needs to come in for the support.
Oh, Hakai tries to spot out his opponent. Oh, that's very, very close there for Lucky G. Lucky for him, but okay, that it is. J-Can finishes off Lucky G, and that is it for PMA.
PMA finishes off EXO Clan, who attempted to try to overrun them after immediately winning the fight against UV, but he definitely were not prepared for the fact that PMA still had their full stack, so there was easy pickings for them. EXO Squad will be out. EXO Clan will be out in 10th place now for sure. So J-Can in the meantime just holding by the edge of the circle right now, getting some shots on the Mio Yu, who is alone in that shack right now, the last remaining main member, I think, from number 1, and certainly not in the best position there because you got PMA breathing down his neck just behind him as well, so he's under immense amount of pressure.
Oh, by Global Esports, Xsset has been eliminated at number 9, unfortunately. Been taken out by Ken. And now the northern side, Mio Yu, they know exactly where he is now because shots fire onto the shack. So that gives them a clue that someone's there. And right now, if they can land the molly into the shack, that's it.
If they could, yeah, that's going to be it here. But PMA is in the prime position now to control the northern side. They just need to watch out for MioU, who could potentially be an interloper, but then that last frag has already put him down very low. Teddy's going to be setting a Molotov in. Oh, just misses him a little bit. Still going to be spreading fire around the outside. Teddy actually lost one to fire there. What is he doing? What is he doing? MioU finishes up with a frag grenade popping up the top there. So the Teddy ends up actually on the ground instead of the other member of team number 1.
Well, I understood he was blinded by the stun grenade, but then again, if you're blinded, I don't know, man. Maybe it was kind of like an anticipation and all that, but yeah, kind of like nerves, but yeah, that just happened at the end of the day. But we gotta give credit to MioU, who did that. He blinded, he had the molly, he tossed a nade, and he got that knockdown.
Well, Lundlund is trying to get his attention while he's letting his teammate move up in front, hopefully to try to get a revive. And Teddy has a good ping onto MioU as well. Fight's still breaking out here as 310 under fire from NHE. Wesker is already down, Goni is already down. Blue is attempting to be a third party as well, setting some frag grenades. Frags are going to coming out from NHE, and that actually knocks off Wello, and they will be able to eliminate the entirety of that Japanese team. So Rascal Jesters are already out in 8th place now. New House Esports not quite done yet because they still want to try to take this fight to NGE.
And Circle moved away. So these two teams that we can see on screen right now, we need to find their way into the circle. New House Esports going up against their opponent, but looks like they have a split here. 2v4.
2v4 indeed, and Hawaii is going to try to get himself in the smoke now, keeping up the pressure onto NGE down by the south side. But you already got AAA getting themselves to the border of this next safe zone, so they will potentially be the ones trying to gatekeep the rest of them after this fight is already wrapped up. Lundum for PMA continuing to take some shots against Long K right now. It doesn't look like PMA is doing quite well. In fact, Lundum is the last remaining member, so it seems like MioU is just absolutely killing it out there right now. Attack all around under fire from frag grenade. Another grenade just blowing up cars around him, but somehow J-Dye still survives.
Oh, that was a close one there for J-Dye. And now J-Dye, they still have the high ground advantage. Hakai tossing out utilities, tossing out the smoke just to block the vision of AAA. But then again, AAA, they are by the edge of the circle. They have a little bit more advantage. Vehicle will be used by Hakai and Co. They're going to go in on the AAA.
And then New House Esports actually wrap around the side there. So now AAA is the one that's being gate-kept a little bit. And with only the shack here and no vehicles left, they cannot get out of the zone. But NGE attempts to try to get through the gauntlet here. One knockdown. That Blue is also being taken up by Jack Wall. So Attack All Around still has the last lap.
Oh, there it is. And now we're down to the top 6 teams. Long range coming in from Lunun. He's the last member of PMA. He has been holding on to the shack for the longest time. He has the right weapon. The MK12 can help him with those long range taps.
Yeah, and with a 6x scope, you'd think that he'll be able to catch a lot of kills, but so far, PMA has only been able to do 5. London hasn't got a single one yet. His flankers have already been taken out. Maybe by that fight from MioU, we can't quite tell because it happened a little bit off screen. But AAA right now under fire from everyone else here. NHE is keeping them gate kept. The T5 as well, just firing onto the shack. And with no vehicles at all, I don't know what AAA can do right now except, accept the fate. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, hold on to this circle as long as possible. But even so, it's like it's not going to be long. It's going to be hard for them to get out. Just look at the amount of vehicles they had. Those vehicles, but all of them have been blown up. So there's no choice. The only choice is that they pop out the smoke. They try to get across, but even so, the chances are slim.
J-Dye still has 2 frag grenades though, so that could be an option for him if he can throw long enough to catch Long K as well as Tridoi on the other side and hopefully can get rid of the vehicles. Jack Guab is also using the tree for cover right now and has to spend the last of his health kits to stay alive in this fight. Hwan is just keeping them trained. Jack Guab is finally been pinged down though as UV also collapses onto AAA, finishes off Jack Guab as well. T5 Pantapong is also keeping an eye out. This next circle gets a little bit closer and NHE has actually found themselves in the prime position now. All PMA's Lun Lun, number 1's Mio, and J Ken, the only solo remaining members of their respective teams now, are just left outside the circle here.
Well, it does look like AAA. They are just going to deny themselves to the blue, playing a little bit of a healing game there, but he knows. If he goes out, he's going to be 3 point to another team, so he might as well just wait it out, use as many utilities as possible, and give himself up to the blue, and this will be the moment that they will be eliminated.
Yeah, so unfortunate. I mean, the frag grenade just completely ruined any chance for attack all around to get out of the spot. And NHE, you know, so smart from them as well to wrap around from the western side, because that effectively allowed them to cut off AAA. J-Ken tried to go for a run across, but T5 Pantapong actually finds him and stops him in his tracks. So that's going to be them out in 5th place. So 4 teams still remaining now. New House Esports, T5, Theeerathon FIVE, Positive Mental Altitude, as well as team number 1 are still in the running. Only NHE, New House Esports, has the full stack.
Ooh, and has the circle as well, so a good advantage to them for now. But can they defend this area? But looking at everything else, right, it is favoring them to get the chicken dinner.
I mean, just by numbers alone, NHE is like has a massive advantage. And number 1, PMA are all just solo members left. T5 is a pair, to be fair, but to be fair, we still have to deal with Tanadol, who's an amazing shot. But nevertheless, the odds are still stacked very much against this squad right now.
I guess right now it's more about waiting for the circle until the circle really forces them to move. But Patapong, he tries. Can he get it? It's going to be a clear shot right now. He just needs to control the recoil. All right, steady, and no clear sight yet.
No clear sight yet. He's going to reload instead. Try to pop up the tires of that buggy there to prevent him going out. But that's drawing a lot of fire from New House Esports. As Trudoi is using this opportunity to try to catch one of Pantapong. Will not be able to do so though, as they have already dug themselves a little bit deeper in. 1706 is going to be moving up as well to try to head off where Miouyu is. Lun Lun still crawling on the ground right now. The blue zone closing in around him. He's already within the safe zone though, but you still have to move, no doubt, in the next part. The team number 1, Hoan, gets the kill to Miouyu now. So his long run so far in that shack has finally come to an end.
Well, phase 8, it is phase 8, gentlemen, and the circle moves towards the middle. And New House Esports still have absolute control of the circle, but it seems like they don't know that Lunan's behind them.
I know, right? So the thing is that he's the only person who can be the spoiler right now, and actually just focusing more their attention on the T5, which is kind of warranted given that Tanadol has they are literally the leaderboard right now, and New House Esports looking for an opportunity to kill them off, and with Lun Lun being alone, that should be an easy pick. And unfortunately, Pantapong takes out Long K from a distance, taking out his building as well, and Lun Lun getting into the mix, knocks out Finally, he also gets a knocked out of Team 13. This is looking really bad for HE. They started with a full stack. Now they're just down to 1.
Oh, they didn't know Lun Lun was behind there. Now Lun Lun is going to take this advantage. He's going to get 2 kills back to back. And right now, the tides have turned. Energy, only 1 player left.
NHE's only 1 player left. Luna's just cleaning up the map now. It's finishing off 1, finishing off 2. There is going to be Hoan with the Molotov on the Tanadol. So Pantapong is the last one steady. Hoan, the last one steady for Lun yet again, picking up the kills one after another. So now it's down to the wire. T5 or PMA. Lun now moving on with the AUG.
1v1.
Hit against got the kill there. PMA, positive medal.
Lun!
Chicken dinner.
Whoa, Lun, the hero of PMA. He held his ground well. A lot of discipline shown by Lun, and he got the chicken dinner for PMA. Very well deserved.
Wow. I mean, man, the thing was that, again, NHE was in position to, in the perfect position to defend and actually control the circle, just didn't really, like I said, didn't see or didn't realize that Lun Lun was just lurking behind, biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. And while he was so tied up by trying to take on Pantapong as well as Tanadol, he just comes in the back, sweeps them up, and just completely decimated the entire squad.
If only they knew somehow that Lun Lun was behind it would be a totally different story. But the fact that all 4 of them was putting focus on the T5, nobody knew that Lun Lun was there.
Nobody was paying attention to him. I mean, I suppose they knew that, there's at least one more lurker hiding around, but then again, they was so focused on the 2 that was inside the shack that they just completely forgot about covering their backs there. So I think like Lun Lun just low-key took a huge gamble by just moving up, but just paid off so well for him. And just getting those those kills there. I mean, that's fantastic here for PMA. I mean, what a clutch.
Yeah, that is arguably the play of the day. Arguably. We can put that up in the Hall of Fame, alright, so far. that has to be one of it. Lun, I mean, just look at the reaction of the players when we saw the player cam. It's like they were at disbelief that how they got that chicken dinner.
Because remember, they actually tried to gank Unicorn Venom. Lost two of their members, so Lulu was just basically the last one standing. He had to survive, up until that final phase there. So he just kept quiet. He just kept completely quiet, let the other two teams fight. And I guess on New House Esports part, they probably expected that the team that still had the pair going on was probably the one that will be the biggest threat. So that's why they were just focused on that direction. So that just made it perfect for Lunun's assault, because again they all had their backs turned to him. He was holed up inside the building, kept so quiet that no one from NHE was paying attention to that direction, and just the timing was just perfect there.
Can you imagine? He basically played the solo game when we still had 7 teams left to clutch out that chicken dinner. That was insane. I mean, Lun.
Everyone else was playing squads. He was only playing solo.
He got into the wrong game mode. Yeah.
To be fair, there were also others who were solo as well. We had still 5 teams in the running, and 3 of them were having solo players in that final phase. So number one's Mio Yu as well had plenty of mileage for his game. I mean, just being able to eliminate a whole squad by himself there onto PMA, that actually was what caused Lun to be the sole survivor in that final phase. But then again, just by being in a clutch, now they're 10 points richer. So wow, I mean, PMA might just have made a case for themselves for the grand finals by just that one spell swoop.
Yeah, you know what? To PMA, I'm going to give a PSA. Give Lun a raise. He deserves a raise for that.
He deserves a bonus. He deserves a bonus for sure. I mean, man, they're definitely going to be celebrating a lot tonight here, because that was an amazing effort there from the team. So let's see, we're going to be tabulating the final scores here. We'll be able to get a picture of where these teams stand after day 1. But so far, 5 rounds already played. We're already at a halfway point now for the last chance qualifiers. I mean, what's your impression so far?
I mean, so far we can see that this. At first, it was like a lot of teams like to play chill, slow pacey. But then when it came to the second half of the day, everyone just tuned up the pace. It was really messy fights all around. Especially when it came to the fourth phase of the circle, you still see a lot of players still alive, and that's where everyone was just bang, bang, bang. Everyone was just crashing into each other.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit less about. I think the games in general have been less about securing high tier loot compared to everyone else, but just more about positioning and maneuvering. And you can see even with Attack All Around having lost all the vehicles, how critical it is to have the option to maneuver around even in the final phase. And I think a lot of teams now are starting to make full use of utilities like the emergency pickup, actually doing a lot of more tactical movements, like NHE from the southwestern side just literally wrapped around and actually got themselves in a prime position to control the circle. It's just a shame that they only managed to do 3rd place there, having tied in points with T5, because PMA, even with only 9 kills but the 10 placement points, tells all of the story here.
Yeah, that's London Esports for you, ladies and gentlemen. He single-handedly carried the team to get that 10 points. All right, he deserves a rename for this graphic.
Oh man. NHE as well, like I said, in 3rd place, T5 in 2nd. Unicorn Venom also get themselves in the mix here. 7 kills in total, allowing them plus the 3 placement points to be in 10th, which gives them 4th place overall. New Generation Esports in 5th right now. Vietnam looking a little bit stronger on this specific match here, because even number 1 as well were able to recover themselves back up to number 6 here. So certainly looking like things can still be quite unpredictable even for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I mean, in this one we had a good switch. Okay, PLM did amazing the entire day, but this time is the first time they got a 0 point, so no kills at all. It's not the PLM that we know, but just the fun of it, right? It keeps us guessing who will be the top 8 until the last game.
Yeah, and that spoiler, I think PMA also had been a bit of a spoiler for T5's efforts, but I think with one call having dropped off quite massively to only have 3 points means that at least for now in the overall leaderboard, as we can see, T5 will still maintain a healthy lead ahead of one call. As a result, PMA just upgrades themselves into into the top 8 now, thanks to that chicken dinner. So now they were able to have a seat now, just sitting right between Purple Mood as well as E36. So I suppose that was like that's nothing short of a brilliant round here for PMA.
Yeah, it is an amazing run. Okay, so far looking at the scores, right, it feels like T5, okay, for them to be kicked out, right, you need like the other teams to match up to their points, at least for now. So it does look very unlikely that T5 will be kicked out because of the gap that they have for now. They seem to be fairly comfortable, but of course, let's give it a few more rounds before we can be sure that they are through to the next stage.
I mean, it's only going to be like 5 rounds left for
True
tomorrow,
enough,
so how few more rounds can they afford to, you know, try things out here? Also a little bit sad to see that like EXO Clan has been booted off of 8th place due to tie break there, because they are on the same scoreline as NGE. Not quite the end of the world here for them, to be fair. They can still, if they put up a massive effort tomorrow on like one of these maps, this could potentially bring them back in the running. But new House Esports, you know, they had a fantastic opportunity to get chicken dinner here. It just literally slipped past their fingers because of one very annoying player from PMA.
Oh yeah, just that one.
Just the one player.
But you know what? I'll be sad if Purple Moon Esports actually got booted out of the top 8. Because they were great like the first half of the day. The second half was kind of iffy. So now they're like almost borderline of getting booted out. But again, 5 more games.
Again, you know, it's all about consistency. You know, it's like if you have even a good start. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had a good start. If you can't finish off the end of the day, you know, in a great spot, you know, you're still going to be a midfield team anyway. So if they really want to be in that running for the top 8, you had to be consistently be able to stay in those mid game to late game fights right now, because that seems to be the way in order to be able to haul a lot of points here.
Yeah, like what I always say, right? It doesn't matter how you start; it matters how you finish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, PUBG is a race at the end of the day, right? So you gotta keep up the momentum. You cannot lose steam in between. If not, people might catch up to you.
I know. I mean, I see a lot of parallels, you know, with the way PUBG competitive format is, with like how it is for motorsports. It is very much a race, you know, in terms of how these teams have to go through with their mindset here, or how they run these full day kind of tournaments here, you know. So Lewis Hamilton, who is the 7-time world champion for Formula 1, has once said, you know, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So, you know, the consistency is what we're all looking for here, and you know, the full package for a top tier team, I feel, is like one that's not only able to contest for the kill points, but also, you know, consistently able to collect placement points, you know, round after round after round, to ensure that you're on par with the very best in the competition.
Yes, absolutely right. I have to totally agree with that, because like in a battle royale format like that, as compared to a lot of other games, it's not like, okay, you play like a best of 3, for example, and then you're done. You have to play like every single round, and that will last you like 4-5 hours, pretty much non-stop. So that's why the mental marathon has to be there.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us on this journey, but all good things must come to an end here, and sadly, you know, we're gonna have to leave you off for now, but don't worry, tomorrow we still have more PUBG PC action. The last day of the last chance qualifiers is tomorrow itself, so make sure you guys don't miss it out. It's gonna be at the same time, same place as well. This has been the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer of 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax, his name is Sir Cloud. We've been your casters, and we'll continue to see you guys hopefully in the next show. So until then, good night and good luck.